Warrior Lore. Chapter 23:19. Gu Fei had entered the depths of the Chaos world and discovered the secret of the demons. This caused the demon ancestor dragon to make a move and swear to kill him. The demon ancestor dragon was extremely powerful. Even though it wasn't a true ancestor dragon that had turned into a demon, anyone who knew about the demon ancestor dragon's background would know that this demon ancestor dragon was a true ancestor dragon. Kill. The demon ancestor dragon roared out and struck out at Gu Fei. Endless chaos chi was being converted into demonic chi as a gigantic demonic claw the size of a mountain appeared in the world, grabbing out at Gu Fei. Heaven-encompassing palm. Gu Fei did not dare to waste any time as he deployed his martial arts battle skill. A gigantic chaos hand appeared before him and slapped out, causing the entire world to tremble with the power of chaos. Boom! A loud explosion rang out as the chaos hand that Gu Fei had struck out clashed with the demon ancestor dragon's demon dragon claw, causing a deafening explosion. The surrounding chaos chi was immediately dispersed by the destructive power, forming a void that was tens of thousands of miles wide without any chaos chi within the chaos. After the chaos chi was dispersed, a series of demonic figures that were hidden within the chaos chi appeared before Gu Fei's eyes. When he caught sight of this, he could not help but be startled. Within the void, there were tens of thousands of demonic figures standing silently. Every single one of them was emitting a peerlessly powerful ripple of the demonic Tao. Every single one of them had the cultivation state of a saint. That was tens of thousands of demon saints. This had Gu Fei's scalp going numb. If so many demon saints were to appear, they would most probably be able to sweep through the entire human realm. The demons were truly going all out. Using the chaos chi to nourish these countless demon soldiers, these demons were clearly trying to create an invincible demon army. The destructive power that resulted from the clash between Gu Fei and the demon ancestor dragon spread out. However, it did not affect the countless demon generals at all. Those demon generals that were standing quietly in the void did not wake up from their slumber either. You can go and die now. The devil ancestor dragon struck out once more. This human before him had already found out about their secret. This human had to die. The void trembled as a terrifying demonic power erupted from Imo Zulong's body. 9 demonic patterns were imprinted in the void, sealing the entire world. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly. He directly tore the void and rushed out. What? Imo Zulong was evidently taken aback. He hadn't expected this human to be able to tear apart the void that he had sealed with his 9 Tao patterns. Seemed like this human wasn't simple at all. Escape? Do you think you can escape? The demon ancestor dragon was very powerful. As an existence at the level of the demon ancestor, he had the capital to be arrogant. He chased after them. The matter that the demons had prepared for countless years couldn't be leaked. However, Gu Fei displayed his extreme speed of 8 steps and instantly left Imo Zulong in shock. Shwa. 2 devil wings appeared on Imo ancestral dragon's back. The devil wings fluttered, and Imo Zulong's speed was instantly raised to an unimaginable state. To think that he would be able to close the distance between him and Gu Fei by quite a bit. The devil wings on Imo Zulong's back had demonic patterns appearing faintly. Each time they fluttered, the distance between them and Gu Fei would close by a little bit. It was extremely fast. This demon. Looking at how the demon ancestor dragon could chase after him, Gu Fei was startled beyond words. To think that the other party's speed wouldn't be any slower than his extreme speed of 8 steps. Both of them were extremely fast. Before long, Gu Fei had rushed out of the chaos and returned to the chaos world. However, he didn't stop as he continued to fly forward. Are all humans scoundrels? Do you dare to stop and fight? The voice of the demon ancestor dragon rang out in Gu Fei's mind. He was using his consciousness to send a message. Catch up to me and I'll fight you. Gu Fei replied, unwilling to back down. Scoundrels will always be scoundrels. They only know how to run. The voice of the demon ancestor dragon continued to ring out in Gu Fei's mind. He wanted to provoke Gu Fei to stop and fight him. However, Gu Fei turned a deaf ear to the words of the demon ancestor. He continued to flee for his life. It wasn't that he didn't dare to fight the demon ancestor dragon, but that he had some misgivings. Within the chaos world's chaos essence, there were still two demon ancestor-level existences. If those two demon ancestors were to attack him, he wouldn't be a match at all. Once he was far away from the chaos essence, Gu Fei suddenly stopped on a large mountain. Haha, why aren't you running anymore? Continue running. The demon ancestor dragon laughed as he chased after Gu Fei. He also arrived at the mountain peak and stood in front of Gu Fei. He stared at Gu Fei with an incomparably cold gaze. What a joke. Do you really not know why I lured you here? Gu Fei looked at the demon ancestor dragon and said indifferently, could it be that you, the demon ancestor dragon's shock was no small matter? He could vaguely feel a trace of unease. Bang! Gu Fei didn't say anything else. He directly struck out with his chaos fist. The power of chaos surged, causing the entire mountain beneath his feet to tremble. Countless rocks rolled down from the mountain. Roar! The demon ancestor dragon roared angrily. The power of the devil Tao surged. 9 devil marks interweaved, sealing the void. An incomparably huge figure of a demon dragon appeared in the world. You want to decide the victor in a single move. Gu Fei was taken aback. The chaos fist that he struck out was completely dispelled by the demon ancestor dragon's powerful true form. The demon ancestor dragon had transformed into his true form. This was a demon dragon that was as huge as a mountain. With just a swing of his tail, he sent Gu Fei flying. Puny human, what right do you have to fight me? The voice of the demon ancestor dragon rang out in Gu Fei's heart. After that, the demon ancestor dragon opened its mouth and sucked in. A part of the void collapsed. Even Gu Fei was sucked into the mouth of the demon ancestor dragon. This demon ancestor dragon wanted to swallow Gu Fei whole. Gu Fei was shocked. He couldn't control his body and was actually swallowed by the demon ancestor dragon. At the instant he was swallowed by the demon ancestor dragon, a ball of chaos divine light surged out from Gu Fei's body. It turned into a light barrier that enveloped him. Haha, I'm just pretending to be weak. To think that you would dare to swallow me into your stomach. You're courting death. Gu Fei's voice rang out in the heart of the demon ancestor dragon. This caused the demon ancestor dragon to turn pale. All of this was because the other party was pretending to be weak. How could this be possible? Bang! At this moment, Gu Fei punched out. The violent power nearly pierced through the body of the demon ancestor dragon, causing it to spit out a mouthful of blood. The demon ancestor dragon was shocked and enraged. To think that the other party would really attack in its stomach. Boom! Gu Fei stepped out once more. The powerful force immediately caused the bones of the demon ancestor dragon to crack. The demon ancestor dragon's face turned extremely pale. Roar! Chapter 23:20. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei and demon ancestral dragon's essence soul began fighting. With demon ancestral dragon's body as the battlefield, demon ancestral dragon's body was quickly destroyed into a mess. Boom! Gu Fei fiercely clashed with demon ancestral dragon's essence soul. The two experts rushed out of demon ancestral dragon's body and continued their battle outside. Essence soul fiend bodies were extremely powerful. Demon ancestral dragon's essence soul fiend body held 2 ancestral dragon horns. They were demonic artifacts refined from the ancestral dragon horns he shed. Clang! Gu Fei remained empty-handed, but his hands constantly clashed with the demonic sage artifact in demon ancestral dragon's essence soul fiend body's hands, producing metallic, clanging sounds. Your fleshly body has actually become so powerful. Demon ancestral dragon's essence soul fiend body was extremely alarmed. One had to know that the ancestral dragon horn in his hands was a true fiend ancestral weapon, but it couldn't do a thing to his opponent. The fiend ancestor is only said Gu Fei. Demon ancestral dragon was alarmed and furious. He vaguely felt that he had fallen into a trap. His opponent had feigned ignorance to lure him here. If you truly had the cultivation level and combat strength of a fiend ancestor, you would have long killed me on the spot, said Gu Fei. He could sense that his opponent's cultivation level and combat strength did not match his title as the Fiend Ancestor. This old fiend had yet to recover his yuan qi. It was hard to imagine what had happened back then that even a sage would perish and the Fiend Ancestor would be severely injured. Even after countless years, it was still difficult for him to recover his peak cultivation level. Gu Fei's overwhelming might forced demon ancestral dragon's essence soul fiend body to constantly retreat. Finally, Gu Fei cast the Heaven Ascension Mystic Art. His combat strength increased tenfold, sending the ancestral dragon horn and demon ancestral dragon's essence soul fiend body flying. Then, he charged over and plucked off demon ancestral dragon's head. An extremely powerful fiend ancestor was slain by Gu Fei just like that. Things of the devils, Gu Fei took out the mountain and river cauldron and placed the two ancestral dragon horns into it. The only thing that caught Gu Fei's eye on this demon ancestral dragon was the pair of ancestral dragon horns. The fiend ancestral dragon was unlucky to have encountered Gu Fei. If it had encountered an ordinary sage, the fiend ancestral dragon would have been able to slay it even if its yuan qi had not recovered. This demon ancestor dragon had only recovered the cultivation of a Saint King. Cultivators were invincible in the same realm. Even though they were both Saint King level existences, it wasn't easy for Gu Fei to kill a Mo Zulong. However, once Gu Fei used the Heaven Ascension secret technique, killing Mo Zulong would be much easier. Just as Gu Fei killed the demon ancestor dragon, a wave of demonic power emerged from the depths of the chaos world. In that instant, the sages who had yet to leave the chaos world sensed it. All the sages were extremely shocked. Demons. Some of the ancient sages immediately charged into the depths of the primordial chaos. Rumble. Following that, the entire primordial chaos world shook. It was as though doomsday had arrived. Endless primordial chaos qi gathered towards the depths of the primordial chaos world. What are those demons trying to do? An ancient sage said. The commotion caused by this incident was simply too great, attracting the attention of various powers. Demons were gathering endless primordial chaos qi. One after another, extremely powerful figures walked out from the primordial chaos qi of the primordial chaos world. That's... A tall demonic figure appeared with a demonic aura. Demons. Some of the ancient sages who had rushed over immediately attacked. A huge golden seal descended from the sky. It emitted a terrifying sage-level power as it smashed towards the demons below. Rumble. As the golden seal smashed down, the void was annihilated. It displayed its peerless might. However, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. The demon that walked out from the primordial chaos qi of the primordial chaos world did not dodge the golden seal at all. Boom! A loud sound was heard. Dust flew everywhere. Hideous cracks appeared on the ground. These cracks extended far into the distance, and one could not see the end of it. The demon was actually smashed deep into the ground by the golden seal. Haha, that's all there is to it. I thought that some peerless demon would be born. A figure rushed over from afar. His entire body was pulsating with golden divine light. It was as though golden flames were rising, illuminating the dark sky and earth with a golden hue. However, when he retracted the golden seal, his expression changed. The person that was smashed deep into the ground by his seal was actually still alive. It was simply a miracle that he did not die after taking a blow from a sage weapon. Demonic weapons that walked out from the primordial chaos qi possessed immortal divinity. Let alone ordinary sage weapons, even great sage weapons would find it hard to destroy such demonic weapons. After killing the demon ancestor dragon, Gu Fei returned to the vicinity of the primordial chaos world. Roar! A furious roar came from deep underground. Following that, primordial chaos qi soared into the sky. A figure rushed out from the ground. Swoosh! The demonic weapon attacked the middle-aged man with the golden seal. The demonic spear in the demonic weapon's hand pierced through the void and instantly reached the middle-aged man's forehead. So fast, the middle-aged man was shocked. He immediately rolled to the ground and dodged the incoming spear. Then, he jumped up from the ground and drove the golden seal towards the demonic weapon. Kill! Without any words, the two experts started fighting. The immortal weapon had the upper hand. He only attacked and did not defend. He was not worried that his demonic body would be injured. Even if the middle-aged man destroyed his demonic body, the demonic body would quickly regenerate. In the end, the immortal weapon actually killed the sage who wielded the divine weapon on the spot. What? When they caught sight of this, everyone was stunned. That was a saint, and he was killed just like that. After killing the middle-aged man, the immortal weapon did not attack again. Instead, it returned to the primordial chaos world. Haha, I finally succeeded. From the primordial chaos world came such a laughter. What's going on? Everyone was confused. Only Gu Fei knew what was going on. At this moment, Gu Fei's face was a little ugly. The moment he thought of the countless immortal weapons that he had seen, he felt his scalp go numb. One immortal weapon could kill a sage. If 1,000 or 10,000 demonic weapons were to attack at the same time, the person controlling the demonic weapon would not be afraid of anyone. A calamity of the human world. Chapter 23-21. The source ground of the chaos world was undergoing a massive change. The demons had been refining an undying demon weapon within the source ground for countless of years, and they had finally succeeded. By the time the ancient saints arrived, it was already too late. A single demon weapon had appeared and killed an ancient saint instantly. This was something that had everyone shocked to the max. After killing that ancient saint, the demon weapon retreated back into the source ground of chaos and disappeared from sight. However, the demonic aura that was emanating out of the source ground of chaos was getting stronger and stronger. Eventually, the demonic chi shot up into the sky and converged into a gigantic demon shadow. That is, the gigantic demon shadow gave off an extremely ancient aura, as though it had originated from the primordial times. It was extremely chilling, and all the saints present were stunned. Chaos Demon. When Gu Fei caught sight of this, he could not help but be surprised. He could feel that this demonic chi was different from the rest. Could this truly be a trap laid out by the demon that was born from the chaos? No one dared to enter the source ground of chaos casually. One had to know that an ancient saint had just died in the hands of that demon earlier on. Haha, after all these years, I've finally succeeded. You guys have come just in time. I'll start with you guys. A burst of laughter rang out from the source ground of chaos. Everyone was taken aback as they glared ahead warily. Go on. Kill all of these people. Another voice rang out. After that, a series of demon shadows walked out from the chaos one after another. Every single one of these demon shadows gave off a supremely powerful demonic Tao aura, causing the entire world to tremble. Rumble. The void was quaking as the entire world lost its colors. What? How could this be? The horrifying demonic might had everyone trembling in fear. Everyone was dumbfounded with their jaws agape as they looked ahead in disbelief. This is heaven revolting. Some of the ancient saints muttered out with a quivering voice. There were countless of demon shadows, and all of them were demon saints. How could this be? How could something as such happen? Tens of thousands of demon saints had appeared at the same time. Even if all the demon saints from the ancient times were added up, there wouldn't be that many of them. How in the world did they do this? Kill. Some of the demon ancestors roared out in rage. After that, those countless demon shadows surged out like a tidal wave and rushed out at the masses. The demon chi spread out for a distance of 100,000 miles. This was an incomparably shocking scene. Thousands upon thousands of demon sages were like an army as they charged towards the human race ancient sages. Some of the human ancient sages wanted to flee, but in the next moment, all of them felt despair. This part of the world was enveloped by a peerless demonic might. An unimaginable demonic power sealed the entire world, making it impossible for anyone to escape. You think I'm afraid of you? Some of the ancient sages immediately took action, riding on their sacred weapons and charging forward. Dazzling sacred light illuminated the chaotic world, breaking through the layers of demonic chi and charging into the army of demon saints. Just like a torch falling into the sea, the human race ancient sage was instantly drowned by the army of demon sages. The army of demons charged through, and a powerful human race ancient sage fell just like that. This Everyone was dumbfounded. This army of demon sages was truly terrifying. Thousands upon thousands of demon sages were gathered together. At this moment, the strength of an individual was nothing in front of the countless demon sages. "Let's fight. We're going to die either way. Let's kill as many as we can," someone roared. Even if they were to die, they would drag someone down with them. Kill. Some of the ancient sages joined forces and charged forward. The other ancient sages gathered together as well. In the face of countless demon sages, only by joining forces would they have a chance of survival. Everyone began to fight with their lives on the line. Dozens of ancient sages split into 3 groups. Like 3 sharp blades, they pierced into the army of demon sages that were charging at them. An unavoidable battle had erupted. Buzz. A primal chaos umbrella opened up, and a heaven-devouring force gushed out from the bottom of the umbrella, sucking the 3 demon soldiers into it before refining them with all their might. However, the demon soldiers had an immortal demonic nature on them. The primal chaos divine fire within the primal chaos umbrella could not refine them. The 3 demon soldiers gave it their all, and actually broke out of the primal chaos umbrella. What? The owner of the primal chaos umbrella was shocked. This was a saint weapon that was refined by a saint emperor. It was unbelievable that it could not refine these demon soldiers. Dozens of demon soldiers attacked the owner of the primal chaos umbrella together. Preposterous. All of you, die. The owner of the primal chaos umbrella burned his divine energy. An extremely strong destructive force erupted from his body, shaking the entire space. Boom. A loud sound was heard. A ball of golden light exploded. The destructive force turned into golden divine fire. It instantly swept 100,000 miles and enveloped all the demon soldiers. The owner of the primal chaos umbrella self-destructed. The human ancient sages retreated immediately. However, the demon soldiers did not seem to know the danger at all. They did not retreat and continued to chase after the human ancient sages. Under the cover of the golden divine fire, countless demon soldiers were burnt to ashes. The demon sages disappeared just like that. They were annihilated. The owner of the primal chaos umbrella was a saint king. He was extremely strong. If the saint king self-destructed in the outside world, the entire human world would be affected. Those demon soldiers have been annihilated. When everyone saw this scene, they were both surprised and happy. There were just too many demon soldiers. Moreover, every demon soldier was a demon saint. Their combat strength was shocking, and they could kill saints. If so many demon saints appeared in the 3 realms and 6 paths, all living beings would be in trouble. "It won't be that simple," Gu Fei muttered to himself. Just now, he killed 3 demon soldiers alone. He was shocked to find that the demon soldiers that he killed would instantly reform their bodies and come back to life. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that these saint soldiers did not seem to have souls at all. They were like soulless killing tools. That ancient sage king did not hesitate to self-destruct to kill the demon soldiers. However, this was probably useless. Even if they were burnt to ashes by the golden divine fire, these demon soldiers might not disappear just like that. As expected, when the golden divine fire gradually dissipated in the void, the floating ashes in the void started to move. Many shadows appeared in the void. Every shadow exuded an extremely strong wave of demon path power. What is going on? When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. Immortal demonic nature. This is bad. Some ancient sages saw something. Ancient sage King Jin Kuan sacrificed himself for nothing. Damn it. Some ancient sages knew the origin of the owner of the primal chaos umbrella. It was a sage king named Jin Kuan. He was famous in the ancient era and lived until now. Do we have to invite the extreme path sacred weapon? Someone whispered. Some of the cultivation forces that had supremes in the past might have extreme path sacred weapons left by supremes. Other than the extreme path sacred weapon, there was really nothing that could destroy the immortal demonic nature. The extreme path sacred weapon is the nemesis of the immortal demonic nature. When Gu Fei heard this, his eyes instantly lit up. Kill. At this moment, an angry roar was heard. The countless demon saints that were burnt to ashes by the golden divine fire of destruction actually appeared in front of everyone again. Tens of thousands of demonic soldiers charged towards them once again. The demonic might was vast and mighty. Everywhere they passed, the void would collapse and be annihilated. It was extremely terrifying. The sages worked together, fighting as they retreated. Human race ancient sages were constantly killed by the demon soldiers, letting out extremely miserable screams before they died. Without any suspense, the power of the demon saint army overwhelmed everything. Human race ancient sages could only retreat in defeat because the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. In the face of such a situation, even Gu Fei was helpless. He could only retreat together with the sages. This day was the darkest day of the chaotic world. The demon saint army suddenly appeared. Under the leadership of the two demon ancestors, they swept the entire chaotic world. Fortunately, many of the human race had left the chaotic world before this. Otherwise, the human race would have suffered even greater losses. Such an army of demon sages appeared in the chaos world and swept through everything. Countless human cultivators and alien races of the chaos world were killed off. The news spread, shaking the 3 realms and 6 das. After that, the human race in the 3 realms and 6 das began to move. A large number of experts entered the chaotic world again. There were even experts from the super forces that brought powerful sacred weapons that could destroy the immortal demonic nature. What did the demons want to do? In the ancestral court of the dragon race in the heaven realm, the old turtle's expression became a little ugly. He felt a little uneasy. The final show was about to begin. We are not ready yet. Could it be that the demons are ready? The old turtle muttered to himself. After receiving the news from the chaotic world, he thought of many things. An army of tens of thousands of demon saints was really a big move. He did not enter the chaotic world again because there was a great enemy secretly watching him. If he left the heaven realm, then that great enemy might attack the ancestral court of the dragon race again. The demon race was not peaceful. In the past, the Tai Huang had offended many people, especially his competitors. In the end, the Tai Huang won and cultivated the supreme body. They are really haunting us. The old turtle sighed. This time, the ancestral court of the dragon race was almost breached. If the old turtle had not rushed back in time, his nest would have been destroyed. The power of the other side began to surface, which made the old turtle very afraid. The dark chaos in the chaotic world did not last long because Zhang Renhuang's aura appeared in this part of the chaotic world. The aura of the human sovereign spread throughout the chaotic world. The human ancient saints were surprised and happy. Zhang Renhuang and the demon saint army met. The battle was earth-shattering and attracted the attention of the 10 ancient saints. Gu Fei was also in the crowd. When the human sovereign made his move, even the powerful demon saint army could not withstand it. Countless sacred-level demonic soldiers were destroyed by the human sovereign. Their immortal demonic nature was destroyed, and these sacred-level demonic soldiers could not be reborn. The demon lording Tian and the lightning ancestor of the demons saw that the situation was not right. They hurriedly brought the remaining sacred-level demonic soldiers back to the chaotic world. Chapter 23-22. Zhang Renhuang had forced the 2 great demon ancestors back to the origin ground of the chaotic world. They did not dare to come out again. However, even someone as powerful as Renhuang did not enter the origin ground of the chaotic world to completely eliminate this threat. There was something in the origin source of the chaotic world that made Zhang Renhuang apprehensive. Perhaps it wasn't time yet. No one knew the reason. Zhang Renhuang left. The human race had suffered heavy losses in this battle. Dozens of ancient sages had died in battle. Many local life forms had died as well. Even the powerful remnants of chaos weren't a match for the immortal demon soldiers. Gu Fei lingered outside the origin source of the chaotic world for a few days before leaving. It's time to return to the soaring dragon ancestral star. Very soon, Gu Fei appeared outside the chaotic passageway leading to the soaring dragon ancestral star. This time, Fanxiu didn't appear. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, even little monk Fanxiu wouldn't be willing to take action against him. After all, the strength of a king sage wasn't something an ordinary sage could compare to. Before returning to the soaring dragon ancestral star, Gu Fei sent Ji Changkong to the chaotic passageway leading to the Myrtle ancestral star. Ji Changkong wanted to return to the Ji clan and take back everything that belonged to him. It was time to settle the scores from 10,000 years ago. Without hesitation, Gu Fei entered the chaotic passageway and moved forward quickly. Rumble. The chaotic passageway suddenly shook. Chaotic aura lingered, and the entire passageway seemed like it was about to collapse. It became very unstable. It wouldn't be long before the passageway disappeared. At this time, everyone who entered the chaotic passageway began their return journey. No one wanted to be trapped in the chaotic world for 10,000 years. Just as Gu Fei disappeared into the chaotic passageway, a pale-faced monk holding a purple gold alms bowl walked over from afar. That maleficent star finally left. Fan Xiu looked at the entrance of the chaotic passageway and muttered to himself. Then, Fan Xiu didn't enter the chaotic passageway. Instead, he turned around and left. It seemed like he didn't want to leave the chaotic world just yet. After Fan Xiu left, a few figures appeared at the entrance of the chaotic passageway. They paced around the entrance for a while before leaving. That person has left. We can start now. On a small island in the depths of the Chaos Divine Sea in the Chaos World, someone said. Not long after, a shocking pressure erupted from the small island. It was a terrifying pressure that surpassed that of a saint. The heavens shook and the entire chaotic divine ocean churned. The countless ferocious beasts residing in the chaotic divine sea all retreated into the distance. Even the powerful remnant species of chaos were no exception. Someone had triggered the Sage King tribulation. If Great Ancestor succeeds, our Dongfang family will fear no one. In the distant sky, someone was muttering. Right at this moment, a terrifying pressure descended from the 9 heavens. Boom! When the pressure landed on the island, the entire island immediately exploded. Then, it sank into the Chaos Sea, and the entire sea surface sank 1,000 feet. Someone has triggered the Sage King tribulation again. Terrifying sagely might filled the world. In that instant, the ancient sages in the Chaos world who had yet to retreat sensed it. All the ancient sages who sensed it entered the Chaos Divine Sea. Someone had triggered the Sage King tribulation and attracted the attention of all the ancient sages. One should know that above sages were sage kings, the kings among sages. Didn't these ancient sages cultivate their entire lives just to become paragons? By observing others go through the tribulation and accumulating some experience, they would be able to deal with it calmly when it came to their own tribulation. This was a great ancestor of the Dongfang family undergoing the tribulation. This was also why the people of the Dongfang family only dared to jump out after Gu Fei left the Chaos world. In another region of the Chaos Divine Sea, someone was undergoing the tribulation too. This person was wearing a mask and was bathing in tribulation lightning, desperately resisting the Sage King tribulation. If Gu Fei can become a saint, so can I, Dong Huang. The mysterious masked person muttered to himself. The mysterious masked man muttered to himself. 2 incomparably bright eyes shot out from the eye sockets on the mask. They were incomparably sharp. Dong Huang was undergoing the tribulation. Dong Huang was the most outstanding descendant that the Eastern world had nurtured. In the eastern region of the Soaring Dragon ancestral planet, he was a powerful existence that was as famous as the goddess of the Zhao family. Is my Beitang family really unable to escape the fate of being exterminated? While Dong Huang was undergoing the tribulation, in the sky above a region of the Chaos Divine Sea, under the endless bombardment of tribulation lightning, a person spoke in despair. This person came from the Beitang family of the Soaring Dragon ancestral planet. However, this person failed to undergo the tribulation and fell from the sky. Before he could fall into the sea, he was blasted into ashes by the destructive tribulation lightning. Not everyone could successfully undergo the tribulation, and not everyone could become a sage. This era was an opportunity that would bring about a great change in the world. Over the countless years, there were too many people who were stuck at the great completion quasi-sage realm. This era was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for those who had the qualifications to break through to the sage realm. No one wanted to miss this opportunity. Hence, many people died. Out of 10,000 people, only 1 or 2 succeeded. The land of the Chaos World was dyed red with blood. Since the collapse of the Great Desolate World, no one knew how many Great Completion quasi-sages had appeared in the 3 realms and 6 daos. Some of the forces that had a grudge against Gu Fei only dared to jump out after Gu Fei left the Chaos World. Gu Fei is already a sage king. On a mountain ridge in the Chaos World, there were 2 people, a man and a woman. The man was incomparably handsome with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. The woman was petite and cute, full of spirit. "Big brother, we might not be enemies with Gu Fei." The woman in purple said, "Humph, your big brother almost died in his hands." The young man in purple said, "But that person is a freak. His cultivation speed is so fast." Even the Supreme Ancestor's cultivation speed was not as fast as him, Ziyuner said. She did not want her big brother to be in danger. That Gu Fei was definitely an extremely dangerous person. Whoever offended him would be unlucky. "I will have to fight him eventually," Ziyunshao said. Although Gu Fei had already cultivated the Sage King physique, Ziyunshao was not weak either. He was only half a step away from breaking through to the Sage King realm. The Ziyunshao siblings were blessed by the heavens. They had inherited the power of the Supreme Ancestor's bloodline. The Supreme Ziyunshao had left a backup plan for his descendants, allowing the siblings to safely pass the Sage Tribulation. This was the foundation of a family that had once produced a Supreme Ancestor. It was not difficult for them to become a sage. Sigh. Ziyuner sighed and did not say anything else. We are finally back. Chapter 23:23. As the last wave of tribulation transcendence occurred in the chaotic world, Gu Fei returned to the soaring dragon ancestral star. "I'm finally back." Gu Fei stood on top of a mountain and breathed in the fresh air. He felt relaxed as he sensed the vitality around him. He felt like he had returned to nature. The chaotic world lacked vitality. Staying there for too long would drive one crazy, as it was a monotonous world. However, the real world was different. The soaring dragon ancestral star was full of vitality. The mountains were covered in greenery, and there were all kinds of birds and beasts roaming around. Compared to the chaotic world, this world was a rich and colorful one. Gu Fei returned to the soaring dragon ancestral star through the chaotic tunnel, but he realized he was lost. He had no idea where he was. The soaring dragon ancestral star was huge, and the soaring dragon continent was only the largest continent. Apart from the soaring dragon continent, there were 3 other continents on the soaring dragon ancestral star. These 3 continents were located in the Fallen God Ocean. The Fallen God Ocean was said to be an endless ocean that even gods couldn't cross. Gu Fei soared into the sky and arrived high up in the sky. When Gu Fei saw the scenery around him, he couldn't help but be shocked. The sound of waves came from a few thousand li away from the mountains. This wasn't the bitter cold land of the extreme north. Gu Fei realized that he might not be on the soaring dragon continent. He might be overseas. What's going on with the chaotic tunnel? Gu Fei couldn't understand why he would appear in such a desolate place. There were no signs of humans in the mountains, but he sensed the presence of a few powerful beasts. Although the supreme force that suppressed saint-level beings in the human world was gradually weakening, the human world still didn't allow saint-level beings to appear. Gu Fei sealed himself. He flew directly in the direction of the sound of the waves. Soon, a boundless sea appeared in front of him. At this moment, he finally believed that he had been stranded overseas. Preposterous. Could it be that the exit of the primal chaos passageway changes at any time? Gu Fei had the urge to go crazy. The Fallen God Sea was not a good place. Although there were 3 continents on the sea, the area of these 3 continents added up was not as vast as the Tonglong continent. However, this did not mean that there were no experts overseas. On the contrary, there was never a lack of experts overseas. After a few days, Gu Fei finally saw signs of human habitation. It was a nameless town with only a few hundred families. Everyone in these hundreds of families depended on the sea for survival. There were practically no cultivators in the little town. There was only an old man who emanated the aura of a cultivator. However, this old man was not an expert. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had only just stepped foot into the world of cultivation. He was a cultivator at the transcending mortality stage. Xiao Chun learned from this old man that this was the Purple Sun continent. The Violet Sun continent was one of the three great continents in the outer seas. It was rumored that in the ancient era, a violet sun had fallen on this great continent, hence its name. A violet sun fell from the sky. Gu Fei was a little surprised. He knew that in the ancient era, there were many peerless experts who could catch the stars and the moon. Could it be that someone had really struck down a violet sun from the sky? No one knew if this was just a legend or if it really happened. Of course, Gu Fei was not interested in the legend of a violet sun falling from the sky. Right now, he needed to understand the situation of the violet sun continent before he knew what to do next. Gu Fei did not stay in the little town for long. Soon, he left the little town and headed towards a larger human settlement. Not long after, an ancient city appeared in front of him. This ancient city should be the Black Dragon City that the old man in the little town had mentioned. Gu Fei arrived at the gate of the Black Dragon City. He stopped and sensed carefully. Suddenly, Gu Fei's face showed a trace of surprise. He sensed that there really was a black dragon in the Black Dragon City. Gu Fei was very surprised that a member of the dragon clan would appear in such an ancient city. Apart from the black dragon, there were no powerful creatures in the ancient city. There were many human cultivators, but there were no strong ones among them. He walked into the ancient city directly. The moment he walked into the ancient city, the black dragon that resided in the ancient city immediately sensed him and woke up from its slumber. Roar! A dragon roar was heard, and the entire Black Dragon City seemed to be shaking. The dragon god is angry. Everyone in the ancient city was extremely shocked. The dragon god. Gu Fei saw that the people in the ancient city were in a mess. Everyone on the street was scrambling to escape in fear, as if something terrible had happened. What the hell is going on? Gu Fei grabbed a human cultivator and dragged him into an alley on the side of the street. Then, he performed the god's snatching secret skill and read the human cultivator's memory. I see. After reading the human cultivator's memory, Gu Fei finally understood what had happened. There was no dragon god in the Black Dragon City. However, a few hundred years ago, a black dragon came to this ancient city on a stormy night. After that, the black dragon took up residence. At this point in time, the Black Dragon City was truly the Black Dragon City. Human, this isn't a place you should be in. Go back to where you came from. A voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. That was the consciousness of the black dragon. He was warning Gu Fei that he wanted to chase Gu Fei out of the ancient city. Humph! How dare a small worm like you act so insolently in front of me? Gu Fei spoke. His tone was filled with disdain, as if he was a god looking down at an ant beneath his feet. What did you say? The black dragon was enraged. He charged over from the sky and arrived before Gu Fei. He then reached out with his dragon claws and grabbed at Gu Fei. Bam! Gu Fei punched out with his fist. The immense force caused the dragon claws to bleed profusely, sending the black dragon flying away. Just who in the world are you? At this moment, the black dragon knew that this person was definitely not simple. Could he be a powerful being invited over by the other party? You don't seem to have the rights to know who I am. Gu Fei replied calmly. You're courting death. The black dragon was both shocked and enraged. He could sense an immense threat coming from this human. This was a dangerous person that he was extremely wary of. Even though he was enraged, he did not strike out. Haha, even if I'm courting death, you won't be able to kill me. Gu Fei laughed out. Just what in the world do you want? The black dragon glared at Gu Fei and asked, I don't want anything. I just want to have a chat with you. Chapter 23-24. Gu Fei returned to the soaring dragon continent, but the destination was slightly different. He couldn't return to the soaring dragon continent directly, but to Xiang continent, one of the 3 continents in the ocean. According to legend, Xiang continent was named after a purple sun descended from the sky in the ancient times. Of course, this was only a legend. No one knew if it really happened in the past. However, Gu Fei sensed an indescribable qi the moment he left the chaotic passageway. But when he tried to sense it carefully, the qi disappeared, as if it had never existed. This made him suspect that it was just an illusion. Xiang continent wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. He wanted to understand the situation of this continent, so he came to the Black Dragon City. Unexpectedly, there was a black dragon residing in the Black Dragon City. Human, I advise you to leave this place as soon as possible, otherwise. In the sky above the Black Dragon City, a dragon and a man were facing each other. Everyone in the city was shocked to the extreme. They raised their heads and looked at the sky. No one dared to make a sound. The legend turned out to be true. There really was a dragon god in the Black Dragon City. At this moment, everyone in the city knelt on the ground, worshipping the dragon god in the sky. Otherwise what? Gu Fei smiled at the black dragon in front of him. This black dragon was extremely powerful. It was an immortal emperor true dragon. This surprised him. One should know that true dragons did exist in the human world, but Gu Fei didn't expect to see a black dragon emperor in a small city. The Black Dragon Emperor was the emperor of the dragon race. If it was in the past, a dragon emperor was enough to sweep across a domain and become an overlord in the ancestral star. But now, the world was going to change. Those ancient saints who had lived for countless years had all jumped out. Emperor realm existences were nothing to them. Even almighty experts would find it hard to protect themselves in this world, let alone an emperor realm being. Otherwise, I'll eat you, the black dragon said fiercely. Its huge body was like a mountain, hovering in the sky, giving people an incomparably powerful pressure. Of course, the powerful chi from the black dragon was ignored by Gu Fei. Hee, I wonder who's going to eat who, Gu Fei said with a smile. You. The black dragon seemed to have been angered by Gu Fei. Its eyes flashed with an ominous glint, as if it was about to pounce on Gu Fei. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Tell me, who is the strongest in the Purple Sun continent? Gu Fei suddenly stopped smiling and looked at the black dragon. This guy. The black dragon's heart trembled. The other party's gaze caused its heart to palpitate. After that, it obediently replied to Gu Fei's words, not daring to be the slightest bit slow. Heavenly the Archziyang. The black dragon knew quite a lot about the Purple Yang continent. Back then, this black dragon had been hunted down and nearly killed. Hence, it had no choice but to hide in such a small place. The strongest faction in the Purple Yang continent was the unique residence established by the Purple Yang Heavenly Emperor. The unique residence dominated the continent and even had forces in other continents. This Heavenly Emperor Purple Sun was one of the overlords in name and in reality. Humph, Heavenly Emperor? How dare you give me such a title? Gu Fei was very disdainful. He left the Black Dragon City and headed straight for the unique residence. He wanted to find a teleportation portal connected to the Tunglong continent and return there. The Black Dragon followed behind him. He knew that this human wasn't simple at all. Perhaps it wouldn't be a bad thing to follow by the side of this human. Therefore, the Black Dragon volunteered to be Gu Fei's guide. Gu Fei happened to need a guide as well. Even though the Purple Yang continent was not as big as the Tunglong continent, it was not small. It was extremely vast. The unique residence of the Purple Yang Heavenly Emperor was located in the central region of the Purple Yang continent. The unique residence was built on the peak of a godly mountain. A few days later, Gu Fei and the Black Dragon arrived near the godly mountain. This was the base of the Purple Yang Heavenly Emperor. Countless disciples of the unique residence appeared here. Very quickly, Gu Fei and the Black Dragon were targeted by the people of the unique residence. I heard there's a new face at the foot of the mountain. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, Long Worm. An old man stopped Gu Fei and the Black Dragon in a valley. Ancestor Hua, it's you. The Black Dragon was shocked to see the newcomer. This was one of the 5 battle ancestors under the Purple Yang Heavenly Emperor, the Ancestor Hua. You're lucky to have escaped back then. Now that you've come to me, you're courting death. The Ancestor Hua spoke coldly to the Black Dragon. At this moment, Black Dragon had already transformed into a middle-aged man and was following beside Gu Fei. He did not reveal his true form. Master, he's actually ignoring you. The Black Dragon suddenly said to Gu Fei. Master. The Ancestor Hua was shocked. This Black Dragon had actually recognized this young man as his master. Could it be that this young man had subdued this Black Dragon? This black dragon was extremely arrogant. Back then, the Heavenly Emperor wanted to subdue this black dragon as his mount, but this black dragon managed to escape. Of course, Gu Fei wasn't interested in the enmity between the black dragon and the unique residents. But now, the black dragon was his guide. He had the responsibility to ensure its safety. I was just about to go look for that purple young Heavenly Emperor. You can go back now and call that Heavenly Emperor to see me. Gu Fei looked at the old man and said calmly, "You're courting death." The old man was enraged. This fella actually dared to call the Heavenly Emperor to see him? This was too arrogant. Did he think that he was invincible? Swish. The old man reached out his right hand and grabbed at Gu Fei. An immortal light flashed as 9 Dao runes appeared on his palm. Gu Fei felt a powerful suction force coming from the old man's hand, enveloping him and trying to pull him over. He slapped out with his palm, sending the old man flying thousands of feet away. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, clearly injured. This was the difference. Even someone as powerful as the ancestor Hua couldn't withstand a single punch from Gu Fei. All of this shocked the black dragon. "You? Who are you exactly?" The ancestor Hua fell to the ground, barely able to stand. His face was as pale as paper, staring at this young man in disbelief. "I'm just a passerby." Gu Fei looked at the ancestor Hua and said, "A passerby." The ancestor Hua muttered to himself. He didn't believe what Gu Fei said. "Bring me to see Heavenly Emperor Ziyang." Gu Fei was very direct. The Heavenly Emperor isn't someone you can see just because you want to. The ancestor Hua said. Although he was defeated by Gu Fei in one move, he was still neither servile nor overbearing when facing Gu Fei. "Very well, then you have no more value." Chapter 23-25. The 5 great war ancestors under Heavenly the Arch Ziyang were extremely powerful. When Heavenly the Arch Ziyang unified the Purple Sun continent, they had put in a lot of effort and fought for Heavenly the Arch. As one of the 5 great ancestors, the Hua ancestor's cultivation was extremely strong. He was infinitely close to the Saint realm. However, in front of Gu Fei, even a true saint couldn't do anything. "I'll leave him to you." Seeing that the Hua ancestor wasn't willing to compromise, Gu Fei said to Black Dragon. He didn't want to waste time. He wanted to go to the Celestial Mountain and find a teleportation array that could send him to the Tonglong continent. Since Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's unique residence was the strongest power in the Violet Sun continent, there might be a teleportation array there. "Thank you, Master." Black Dragon was overjoyed. The Hua ancestor was one of the people who chased after him. He stepped forward and punched the Hua ancestor. Without any suspense, the Hua ancestor vomited blood and was sent flying dozens of meters away. At this moment, the Hua ancestor couldn't stand up anymore. Was it fun chasing after me back then? Black Dragon's new and old hatred surged in his heart, and his eyes turned red. Then, he kicked the fire ancestor on the ground, causing him to fly up, and several of his ribs were broken. "Kill me if you dare," the Hua ancestor roared. "Killing you like this is too easy for you." Black Dragon's voice resounded. Then, he walked towards the Hua ancestor with a hideous smile. A moment later, a blood-curdling scream resounded through the air. Rumble. While Black Dragon was torturing the Hua ancestor, a powerful energy fluctuation came from the direction of the Celestial Mountain, shaking the entire space. War chariots rushed out from the Celestial Mountain towards the valley where the Hua ancestor was. Each war chariot had a general standing on it. The Heavenly Emperor is making a big move again. War chariots rolled through the air, causing the human cultivators who saw this scene to be incomparably shocked. Some people murmured. The Celestial Emperor sending out his troops was no small matter. "Master, we need to leave now. If the people from the unique residence arrive, we won't be able to leave anymore," the Black Dragon said. At this time, the fire ancestor had already been abused by him to the point that he did not look like a human. He was on the verge of death, as if he could die at any time. "That's exactly what I want to lure them here," Gu Fei said. He found a large boulder and jumped onto it. He then sat down and waited for the people from the unique residence to arrive. Black Dragon was both shocked and delighted. He was shocked that Gu Fei was so strong that he didn't even place Heavenly Emperor Ziyang in his eyes. He was delighted that he could finally get his revenge. Rumble. Not long after, war chariots appeared on the horizon. They were bronze war chariots, and each war chariot exuded a powerful aura. Soon, a total of 9 chariots arrived in the sky above the valley. Someone drove the chariots and charged at Gu Fei. Good timing. Gu Fei suddenly opened his eyes, but he didn't stand up from the boulder. Instead, he directly punched forward. The ferocious chaotic fist chi immediately shook the bronze chariot that was rushing over, causing the people on the chariot to be extremely shocked. Bam! Gu Fei instantly jumped up and slammed his fist into the chariot, shattering it. The person on the chariot couldn't escape either and was killed by Gu Fei. What? Everyone who saw this was dumbfounded. No one thought that Gu Fei would be this strong. His physical body was actually able to resist the chariot and even destroy it. Kill him. The remaining 8 war chariots surrounded Gu Fei. Formation runes were faintly discernible on the war chariots, giving off powerful fluctuations that made one's heart palpitate. You're courting death. Gu Fei coldly snorted and soared into the sky towards the 8 chariots. He unleashed the chaotic fist chi, and not long after, the remaining 8 chariots were also destroyed. The Hua ancestor couldn't help but turn pale at this scene. His opponent was too strong. It seemed like no one on the Divine Mountain could fight against him. The other battle ancestors weren't on the mountain, but even if all of them were here, they wouldn't be able to fight against this person. Where is Heavenly Emperor Ziyang? Gu Fei continued to ask. I don't know. I really don't know. Only one person knows where Heavenly Emperor is, and that's him. The Hua ancestor said. Is that so? Gu Fei couldn't help but ponder. It seemed like he didn't have to find Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. It seemed like he would have to make a trip to the Divine Mountain to see if he could find the teleportation array. Let's go. Let's go to the Divine Mountain. Without hesitation, Gu Fei walked out of the valley and headed towards the Divine Mountain. Master, wait for me. Black Dragon didn't kill the Hua ancestor. However, before he left, he crushed the Hua ancestor's dantian and destroyed his cultivation. Roar! The Hua ancestor roared in anger. Destroying his cultivation was equivalent to killing him. Moreover, there were traces of ferocious beasts everywhere in this mountain range. It was very dangerous for an ordinary person to travel in this mountain range. After destroying the Hua ancestor's cultivation, Black Dragon chased after Gu Fei. Soon, he caught up with Gu Fei and headed towards the unique residence with Gu Fei. The unique residence was a sacred place for cultivation in the Purple Sun continent. Most of the cultivators in the Purple Sun continent were disciples of the unique residence. The news that someone had killed the 9 battle generals of the unique residence spread like wildfire. The entire cultivation world of the Purple Sun continent was shaken. Someone actually dared to attack the unique residence. It was unbelievable. The unique residence was the strongest force in the Purple Sun continent. Its power and foundation were unimaginable for ordinary people. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was rumored to be an ancient saint. However, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was extremely mysterious. No one had ever seen his face. Not long after, Gu Fei appeared at the foot of the unique sacred mountain. He was in no hurry to ascend the mountain after seeing it. I didn't think that someone in the Purple Sun continent would know this kind of formation. Gu Fei's expression turned solemn as he observed the surrounding forces of heaven and earth. It wasn't without reason that Heavenly Emperor Ziyang built the unique residence at the peak of the unique sacred mountain. At the bottom of the unique sacred mountain was the Purple Sun continent's ancestral vein. Someone had laid down a killing formation around the Divine Mountain. This killing formation had triggered the power of heaven and earth, gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from all directions. Countless years had passed, and the power gathered by this formation had definitely reached an unimaginable level. Chapter 23-26. To the cultivators of the Ziyang continent, the unique immortal mountain was a holy land. Everyone took pride in entering the residence of the unique immortal. The unique immortal mountain was definitely the #1 mountain in the Ziyang continent. It was irreplaceable and unique in the Ziyang continent. There wouldn't be a second mountain like this. This heavenly Emperor Ziyang sure knows how to find a place. Early in the morning, Gu Fei stood on top of a small mountain, a few hundred miles away from the unique immortal mountain. He stared at the towering mountain and couldn't help but sigh. Using the ancestral vein of the unique immortal mountain to set up a killing trap. It seems like this heavenly Emperor Ziyang isn't simple. Gu Fei mumbled to himself. He had checked out the area around the unique immortal mountain. This killing formation was not simple. It drew upon the essence of the ancestral vein of the earth. He didn't have much confidence in breaking in by force. Even if he used the cauldron of mountain and river, even if he managed to break in, it would cause irrecoverable damage. Countless living beings would die. This wasn't something Gu Fei wanted to see. It seems like I need to let them come out for some fresh air. As Gu Fei spoke, he stretched out his hand and drew a line in the air before him. A space gate appeared in the air, and a dozen people walked out from it.
Master.
The dozen people quickly bowed to Gu Fei. They were the Iron Blood Taoist and the 12 bandits. Qilong and Yao, you were in isolation and didn't come out. Think of a way. See if you can find the teleportation portal to the Tinglong continent here. Gu Fei ordered the Iron Blood Taoist and the others.
Yes.
The Iron Blood Taoist and the 12 bandits accepted the order and rushed in all directions. They quickly disappeared under the blue sky. After sending the Iron Blood Taoist and the others away, Gu Fei sat down on top of a small mountain. He didn't have to do everything himself. This was the benefit of building his own force. As long as he gave the order, his subordinates would do it. The Iron Blood Taoist and the 12 bandits appeared near the unique immortal mountain. This made the people of the unique immortal residence extremely nervous. Conflicts and killings were unavoidable. The peaceful Xiang continent was no longer peaceful. Rumble. Not long after, the sound of thunder came from an ancient city 1,000 miles away. There were powerful cultivators fighting. That ancient city was called Sky Thunder City. Black Dragon, go take a look. On the small peak, Gu Fei suddenly said. At this time, Black Dragon had already turned around. He didn't find anything, but he fought with the people of Unique Abode and was forced to retreat. Yes, Master. After receiving the order, Black Dragon immediately headed to Sky Thunder City and soon arrived near Sky Thunder City. In the sky above Sky Thunder City, two silhouettes were moving quickly. One of the silhouettes was emitting a dazzling electric light. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and a destructive aura spread in the sky. Lightning was the power of heavenly punishment. Very few people could cultivate this power to great success. However, the Thunder Clan in Sky Thunder City had the only Thunder Celestial technique in the entire Ziyang continent. It's the Thunder Sovereign. Black Dragon couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the tall and mighty silhouette in the lightning. It was an old man with a tall stature and a head full of white hair. He was like a male lion, giving off a powerful pressure. As for the person fighting against the Thunder Sovereign, it was a young master with a pale face. This young master was incomparably handsome, and his battle prowess was also incomparably strong. This person was Jade-Faced Playboy of the 12 Great Bandits. Actually, not many people knew Jade-Faced Playboy's real name. Even among the 12 Great Bandits, there weren't many who knew his background. Another dragon demon has come, Jade-Faced Playboy, since the arrival of Black Dragon. He had never seen Black Dragon before. When Gu Fei opened up his inner world to let them out, Black Dragon had yet to return. My master's surname is Gu. Black Dragon didn't want to cause any misunderstanding. Someone sent by my lord. Jade-Faced Playboy couldn't help but be startled. At this time, the Thunder Sovereign punched out. Endless lightning bloomed on his fist, and each bolt of lightning tore through the sky. Old man, there's no harm in pledging allegiance to my lord. Jade-Faced Playboy hurriedly retreated, dodging the other party's attack before saying, Humph, I, the Thunder Sovereign, disdain to be someone else's slave. The old man said loudly. His voice was like a huge bell, spreading far and wide. Boom! As the old man said that, he waved his hand, and 10 balls of purple lightning shot out towards Jade-Faced Playboy. A terrifying destructive power spread out from those 10 balls of lightning. Since that's the case, I'll annihilate your Thunder Clan, Jade-Faced Playboy said. After that, A sage aura spread out from his body. The power and aura of a half-step saint erupted from his body. Half-step saint. The Thunder Sovereign was taken aback. As he blinked, lightning shot out from his eyes. At this time, jade-faced playboy stretched out his hand and actually used a mystic art that was similar to the heaven-encompassing palm. His palm covered the entire sky, grabbing the 10 balls of lightning in his hand. Rumble! The 10 balls of lightning exploded. Within each ball of lightning, there was a series of Tao patterns being destroyed, releasing the strongest power of thunder. However, that gigantic hand was not destroyed by the lightning balls. Seeing this, the Thunder Sovereign could not help but feel his heart pounding. The other party's battle prowess was much stronger than what he had expected. Since when did such a character appear in the Xiang continent? The battle prowess displayed by jade-faced playboy caused the Thunder Sovereign's heart to palpitate. Thunder Sovereign, I think you better not know what's good for you. You're following Heavenly Emperor Ziyang, and you seem to be his slave as well. What's the difference? At this moment, the Black Dragon spoke. You little loach, are you tired of living? What rights do you have to talk to your daddy here? The Thunder Sovereign's temper was like a raging fire. That pair of white brows of his straightened, wanting to strike out at the Black Dragon. Your opponent is me. Jade-faced playboy pressed forward. The entire sky trembled along with his footsteps. Tao patterns were faintly appearing on his body, as though a celestial saint had descended upon the world. Just who are you? Why are you making an enemy out of my Thunder Clan? The Thunder Sovereign roared. He did not want to fight with these people without knowing the reason. It was not worth it at all. We are just passers-by. My lord is looking for something. Once he finds it, we will naturally leave. Jade-faced playboy said. Just what are you guys looking for? The Thunder Sovereign knew that things might not have reached an irresolvable state. Now that Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was not here, even though the unique sect was strong, they might not be a match for these people. A teleportation formation platform that leads to the Tunglong continent. Chapter 23-27. The Thunder Emperor didn't bow down to jade-faced playboy, but things were just as the Thunder Emperor thought. The other party didn't want to push things too far. In the end, the Thunder Emperor humbled himself and invited jade-faced playboy into Sky Thunder City. Black Dragon didn't get an invitation from the Black Emperor, so he could only go back to report. The Thunder Emperor didn't dare to play any tricks. After all, jade-faced playboy still had his lord behind him. A person who could make a half-step sage bow down to him was definitely very powerful and terrifying. However, this Thunder Emperor was cunning. He didn't betray Heavenly Emperor Ziyang, but he didn't submit to this external force either. He told everything he knew. Jade-faced playboy learned from the Thunder Emperor that there was no teleportation formation in Sky Thunder City that could teleport to Tunglong continent. In the eyes of the cultivators of Ziyang continent, Tunglong continent was a chaotic place. It wasn't easy to go to that chaotic place. However, even the Thunder Emperor didn't know if there was such a teleportation formation in Ziyang continent. After all, the distance between Ziyang continent and Tunglong continent was too far. After more than 2 hours, jade-faced playboy left Sky Thunder City and went to the next city. At this time, the other members of the 12 Great Bandits weren't so successful. Many times, they had to use force to solve some problems. The appearance of the 12 Great Bandits made all the cultivators in Ziyang continent shocked to the extreme. Some people guessed that this force came from the outside world and wasn't a local force of Ziyang continent. Ziyang continent was shaken. Everyone was terrified. The 12 Great Bandits were extremely powerful. They broke through one city after another. However, they were disappointed because they didn't find the teleportation formation. What's going on? Zhu Guoyang waved the feather fan in his hand. He came to the outside of a city. Before this, he had broken through no less than 5 cities. However, there was no teleportation formation in these places that could teleport to Tunglong continent. Even the city lords of these cities didn't know if there was such a teleportation formation in Ziyang continent. Ask your city lord to come out and talk. Zhu Guoyang didn't want to waste time. His voice spread into the city. Everyone heard this voice, and the cultivators in the city were shocked to the extreme. Who is so bold to actually want to see the city lord? In the city, human cultivators whispered. At this moment, an extremely powerful aura was emitted from the city lord's mansion. After that, a person walked out of the city lord's mansion and soared into the sky, flying above the city. It was a masked woman dressed in white. As soon as she appeared, it began to drizzle, and a wave of pure water elemental energy spread out from her body. You are the city lord. Zhuge Liang was very surprised. He did not expect that the city lord of this city was actually a woman. Why do you want to see me? A clear and melodious voice rang out. It seemed that this woman in white was not very old. Hee, I can't see you if there's nothing else. Zhuge Liang waved the 5-colored feather fan in his hand and said elegantly, Just who are you? You were the one who took down those 5 cities, weren't you? The white-clothed masked woman said in a low voice. It was clear that she had already received news that someone was taking action, continuously breaking through 5 cities. They were powerful to the extreme. It's me. So what? Zhuge Liang said with a smile. We have a grudge. The woman in white asked tentatively. No. Zhuge Liang was very straightforward. Then why are you here? The woman in white knew that these people would not come without a reason. Since he was here, there must be something that attracted him here. I'm looking for a teleportation formation that can send me to the soaring dragon ancestral star. Zhuge Liang stated his purpose straight away. Looks like you've come to the wrong place. Our water tribe doesn't have a teleportation formation like you mentioned. You should look elsewhere. The white-clothed masked woman said, Can I have a look at the city? Zhuge Liang said, Go ahead. The white-clothed masked woman only said these 2 words. Zhuge Liang did not hold back. He walked into the ancient city and carefully sensed the aura in the city. He walked around the city and came out. There really isn't one. Zhuge Liang had to accept this reality. Although there was a teleportation formation in the godly water city of the water tribe, it could only be used within the Ziyang continent. It was impossible to send someone to the soaring dragon continent. There was no war. Everyone in the godly water city let out a sigh of relief when Zhuge Liang left. One should know that this ruthless man was extremely powerful, as he had taken down 5 cities. Such a result naturally attracted a lot of attention. Just as the 12 bandits were sweeping across the land, the Iron Blood Taoist met his match. At the foot of the unique sacred mountain, there was a huge city named Unique City. The Iron Blood Taoist went straight to the unique city, courting death. When the Iron Blood Taoist appeared outside the unique city, a loud roar came from within the city, echoing between the heavens and the earth. The Iron Blood Taoist's expression changed when he heard this, and he immediately punched out. Boom! The signboard on the solitary city's gate tower was blasted away. Outsider, you are too arrogant. An old voice was heard, and a figure walked out from the unique city. It was a tall and skinny old man with white hair and a white beard. The old man's eyes were shining brightly, as if the stars, the sun, and the moon were descending in them. So what if I am arrogant? What can you do to me? The Iron Blood Taoist looked at the old man walking towards him step by step and said indifferently, Swoosh! Without saying anything else, the old man stretched out his hand, and a huge palm the size of a mountain appeared, grabbing towards the Iron Blood Taoist. The Iron Blood Taoist also stretched out his hand and pressed forward. Endless divine fire appeared in his hand, transforming into a fiery divine palm. Tao runes could be vaguely seen in the center of his palm. Boom! With a loud bang, the 2 palms collided, like 2 mountains crashing into each other, shaking the heavens and earth. The aura of the Saint Tao was vast and mighty, and both of them were forced back 5 or 6 steps. Ancient Saint. The Iron Blood Taoist's eyes lit up. He didn't expect there to be an ancient saint in the unique city. It seemed that the number 1 power in the Ziyang continent had a very deep foundation. A saint. The tall and skinny old man was also shocked. He could tell that the other party had just become a saint not long ago. One should know that the aura of an ancient saint was different from those who had just become a saint. Interesting. The old man suddenly laughed. Humph. Chapter 23-28. In the human realm, the power of heaven's wrath was still present. No one dared to remove the seal on their body and unleash their saint-level cultivation because no one could contend against it. Iron Blood Taoist was a little surprised that there was an ancient saint presiding over the solitary city. However, on second thought, Solitary City was an important place in the solitary residence, second only to the solitary sacred mountain. It was only natural that there would be an ancient saint presiding over it. Rumble. The lanky old man's aura was still rising. The void around him trembled as a powerful force shook the heaven and earth. 9 primordial Tao runes appeared on his body. Although he couldn't remove the seal and regain his saint-level cultivation, he could still channel the power of the 9 Tao runes. As long as he didn't cross the bottom line, he wouldn't have to worry about the power of heaven's wrath descending upon him. Those were 9 gray Tao runes. The earth elemental energy of the heaven and earth gathered towards the lanky old man. A chaotic world seemed to be evolving around him. Earth element ancient saint. The Iron Blood Taoist couldn't help but be moved. There were many people who cultivated the power of the 5 elements, but those who could cultivate it to grand completion or even become a saint were few and far between. You're not too bad yourself. The fire element saint of the 5 elements walks the path of the ancient fire god. The lanky old man stared at the Iron Blood Taoist and said with a flicker in his eyes. At this moment, 9 flame-like Tao runes appeared on the Iron Blood Taoist's body, drawing upon the fire elemental energy of the heaven and earth. An image of an immortal fire phoenix appeared on his body, emitting a supreme aura. I'm just a passerby. I don't want to fight to the death with you. The Iron Blood Taoist said. Outsider. Don't you think it's a little too late for you to say these words? The lanky old man said coldly. The solitary prefecture was the #1 power in the Purple Sun continent. Someone came knocking on their door and even broke the plaque on the city gate tower. This was a slap to the face of the solitary prefecture. If the solitary prefecture didn't stand up for them, they would be laughed at by all the cultivators in the Purple Sun continent. People needed face, trees needed bark. A supreme power's dignity was trampled on, and they wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. Since that's the case, let's fight. The Iron Blood Taoist's tone turned cold. If they wanted to fight, then so be it. He had nothing to fear. He wanted to make use of this ancient sage to test his skills. My name is Mushio. I'll let you know who killed you, the tall and skinny old man said. He was very confident. The other party was just a saint who had just become a saint not long ago, while he was an ancient saint. With such a gap, no one would be optimistic about the Iron Blood Taoist. At this time, all the experts in the unique city rushed out and looked at the 2 people who were facing each other in the sky. The surroundings were silent. No one spoke. Everyone was incomparably nervous. Some people had already received news that powerful outsiders were fighting in various places and had already conquered many cities. This shocked the people of Solitary City to the extreme. For so many years, ever since Heavenly the Archziyang conquered the Purple Sun continent with his own power, no one dared to challenge him. As for the unique residence that he established, no one dared to offend him. But now, there was actually an outsider challenging Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's ruling position. This caused countless cultivators in Ziyang State to be inexplicably shocked. My name is Iron Blood. Iron Blood Taoist said. Kill. At this time, the tall and skinny old man Mushio's aura had already climbed to the peak. His power had reached a point where he would not be satisfied if he did not spit it out. With a loud shout, he directly used an immortal divine art. Endless earth elemental power condensed into a giant cauldron, suppressing the Iron Blood Taoist. Voom! The void shook. The giant cauldron formed from earth elemental power emitted a powerful force of the Great Path, breaking through the layers of fire chi. It was actually trying to suppress the Iron Blood Taoist to death. The earth elemental cauldron sealed the void, stabilized the universe, and blocked all of the Iron Blood Taoist's escape routes. The Iron Blood Taoist had followed Gu Fei for so long that he had naturally witnessed Gu Fei's battles with other opponents. The battle technique that broke all laws with brute force made him realize something, and he then created a great art. Boom! The Iron Blood Taoist moved. Endless fire elemental power gathered towards his right hand. Then, He pointed out with a finger, and a dazzling flame shot out from his index finger. The finger that was condensed with endless fire elemental power directly broke through the gray earth chi and hit the giant cauldron formed from earth elemental essence. With a soft sound, the flame actually pierced through the giant cauldron, causing the earth elemental patterns that formed the cauldron to dissipate. The giant cauldron also dissipated in the void, once again turning into a ball of fire elemental essence. What? Elder Mushio could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Only a fierce dragon would cross the river. Since this fellow dared to attack him, it seemed that he was not simple. Swoosh! The Iron Blood Taoist pointed out with another finger, and the flames suddenly appeared, piercing towards Elder Mushio opposite him. Its speed was extremely fast, and in an instant, it shot in front of Elder Mushio. Elder Mushio was shocked. He did not hesitate and immediately used a great art. His body suddenly blurred, and he left an afterimage where he was standing. His real body, however, shot up into the sky, appearing above the Iron Blood Taoist's head. The Iron Blood Taoist's finger light only pierced through Elder Mushio's afterimage. Go to hell! Elder Mushio shouted loudly. He actually turned his body into a cauldron. 9 earth elemental Tao patterns intertwined, and a giant cauldron the size of a mountain appeared in the sky. With 3 legs and 2 ears, he manifested the great Tao of heaven and earth. Elder Mushio had raised his combat power to a level that even a great perfection quasi-sage would feel fearful. In the eyes of the ancient people, cauldrons were the carrier of the great Tao and the embodiment of the great Tao. This Elder Mushio had cultivated such a great art, and it truly shocked the Iron Blood Taoist. Interesting. At this moment, thousands of miles away, the eyes of Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak, lit up when he saw this scene. The Iron Blood Taoist was probably going to be unlucky. These ancient sages were not ordinary people. To the Iron Blood Taoist, he was still too inexperienced when facing such an opponent. Rumble. The ancient cauldron pressed down, as though it was splitting the heavens and earth. The might it displayed caused the Iron Blood Taoist's expression to change. This time, the Iron Blood Taoist's finger force could no longer pierce through the cauldron. Without any suspense, the Iron Blood Taoist was directly pressed down from the sky by Elder Mushio. This is preposterous. Even though the Iron Blood Taoist tried his best to retaliate, the cauldron above his head could not budge at all. This caused him to be both shocked and furious. Initially, he did not want to use his sage artifact. However, from the looks of it, if he did not use his sage artifact, he would probably be finished off by the other party. Boom! The instant the Iron Blood Taoist was pressed down from the sky by the cauldron, a peerlessly powerful force exploded from his body. Chapter 23-29. The Iron Blood Taoist used the Phoenix Tribulation. A fire phoenix soared into the sky from his body, knocking away the gigantic cauldron that was descending from the sky. Roar! The Iron Blood Taoist let out a furious roar. The entire heaven and earth shook along with his roar. Transparent ripples spread out from his body. Saint Weapon. The gigantic cauldron that was knocked high up in the sky dissipated. Elder Mushio's figure appeared once again. He had fallen out of that state of Tao. The human realm did not allow the existence of saint-level powers. However, Elder Mushio was able to manifest the state of Tao and display a battle prowess that surpassed great perfection quasi-saints. For ancient sages and sages, even if they had sealed their own saint-level cultivation, it would still be effortless for them to kill great perfection quasi-saints. This was the strength and terror of ancient sages and sages. I didn't expect you to have a saint weapon. It seems like this saint weapon isn't something that you refined yourself. Elder Mushio stared at the Phoenix Tribulation in the Iron Blood Taoist's hand. Tao runes intertwined in his eyes. With his experience, he could naturally tell the subtle relationship between the Phoenix Tribulation and the Iron Blood Taoist. Oomph! The Iron Blood Taoist snorted coldly. He did not say anything, but the battle intent on his body grew even stronger. His eyes were as bright as the stars. Today, I'll show you the difference between a saint weapon refined by yourself and a saint weapon refined by others. Elder Mushdo extended his right hand, and a stone tablet appeared in his hand. It was a stone tablet the size of a palm. It was covered with Tao runes that looked like they were made by the heavens. A powerful wave of earth elemental energy emanated from the stone tablet. Shameless boasting. The Iron Blood Taoist looked at Elder Mushio and said coldly. His face revealed a look of disdain. However, he was secretly shocked. He naturally knew that the Phoenix Tribulation was not a saint weapon refined by himself. It would be hard for him to unleash the full power of this saint weapon. Haha, young man, if you show off too much, you will only bring about your own destruction. You will know soon enough whether I'm boasting or not. As Elder Mushio spoke, he activated the stone tablet in his hand. Rumble. A shocking force spread out from the stone tablet. In an instant, the might of the stone tablet was displayed. It became incomparably huge and pressed down on the Iron Blood Taoist. One tablet suppressing the universe. Old Man Mushio shouted loudly. As the stone tablet pressed down, the dense Tao patterns on its surface all lit up, triggering the power of the thick earth. The Iron Blood Taoist felt as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on him at the same time. The mighty power from the stone tablet made him almost unable to straighten his back. If it weren't for the protection of the Phoenix Tribulation's power, he would have been crushed to death by the stone tablet in Elder Mushio's hand. Fire Phoenix spreads its wings. The Iron Blood Taoist didn't dare to be careless and immediately used his strongest technique. He activated the 9 Fire Phoenix Tao patterns on the Phoenix Tribulation. The 9 Fire Phoenix Tao patterns rushed out from the Phoenix Tribulation and intertwined, turning into a Fire Phoenix that soared into the sky. Boom! The Fire Phoenix that was formed from the 9 Fire Phoenix Tao markings emitted monstrous divine flames that burned the heavens and boiled the seas. It was terrifying to the extreme, and it actually displayed a strand of the Fire Phoenix's divine might. The Fire Phoenix that soared into the sky collided with the stone tablet that was pressing down. The two extremely powerful forces directly annihilated the void between heaven and earth. When the two forces collided, it turned into a destructive storm that swept out in all directions. All the cultivators in the unique city turned pale with fright. If they were to be affected by this destructive storm, the entire unique city would be destroyed in an instant and turned into a flatland. Just as the destructive force swept out, countless Tao patterns rushed out from the walls of the unique city. A light barrier appeared in the void, enveloping the entire unique city. The destructive storm was blocked by the light barrier, and it didn't affect the unique city at all. This made all the cultivators in the unique city heave a sigh of relief. City Barrier Array. On the peak of a mountain 1,000 miles away, Gu Fei saw the changes in the unique city. He wasn't surprised. One should know that the unique city was an important place in the unique residence. At this time, the stone tablet continued to press down. The Fire Phoenix that was formed from the Phoenix Tribulation couldn't resist the stone tablet at all. The Fire Phoenix that was formed from the 9 Tao patterns collapsed. Bang! The stone tablet pressed down and directly pressed the Iron Blood Taoist down from the sky. Roar! The Iron Blood Taoist roared in anger. He desperately urged the Phoenix Tribulation, but the stone tablet that was suppressing the Phoenix Tribulation seemed to have grown roots and didn't move at all. He had a feeling of powerlessness. At this moment, he finally realized that a saint tool that wasn't forged by himself couldn't exert its full power. The Iron Blood Taoist is indeed not a match for this ancient saint. Gu Fei stood up from the mountain peak. Master, are you going to take action personally? Black Dragon had already returned to Gu Fei's side. He couldn't help but ask when he saw Gu Fei standing up. The Iron Blood Taoist might be a saint, but he's still not enough to face an ancient saint. There's still a gap between him and an ancient saint. The gap between the Iron Blood Taoist and the ancient saint wasn't something that could be closed in a short period of time. It needed time to train and accumulate. It wasn't that the Iron Blood Taoist wasn't strong enough, but the opponent's experience, control of power, and understanding of the Iron Blood Taoist in this state were all beyond the Iron Blood Taoist's imagination. Sometimes, living longer was also an advantage. As he spoke, Gu Fei took a step forward. In the next moment, he traversed thousands of miles in the void and appeared in the sky in front of Seoul City. He then pushed forward with one hand. Bang! The stone tablet that was suppressing the phoenix tribulation was immediately sent flying. Who are you? Elder Mushio was extremely shocked. The stone tablet was sent flying, and he was also affected. He flew thousands of meters away before he could neutralize the powerful force from the stone tablet. To be able to send a saint artifact flying with just a casual palm strike. Even Elder Mushio felt his heart palpitating in fear. One must know that he was an ancient sage, and the stone tablet was a saint artifact that he had forged personally. Could this person be the legendary human sovereign? Elder Mushio looked at the sudden appearance of Gu Fei and raised his guard. Master. At this moment, the Iron Blood Taoist had already put away the Phoenix Tribulation and arrived in front of Gu Fei. Elder Mushio was shocked to see the Iron Blood Taoist address this young man as master. This person must be extremely powerful to be able to make a saint bow down to him. Gu Fei merely nodded his head before looking at Old Man Mushio. Chapter 23:30. Who the hell are you? Old Man Mushio was shocked to the extreme. This young man who had appeared out of nowhere had actually sent him flying thousands of feet away with a single move. He found it hard to believe. After all, he was an ancient saint, and he had become a saint since the ancient times. Even if he couldn't undo the seal in the mortal world and recover his cultivation, he was still not someone that ordinary saints who had sealed themselves could compare to. The other party had sent him flying with a single palm strike. This sort of combat strength was way too horrifying. Even the heavenly Emperor Ziyang would not be able to send him flying with a single move. Patterns of the Tao intertwined in Mushio's eyes. He felt immense pressure from this young man. This was something that had never happened since the untainted world was shattered. The three continents overseas were different from the Tonglong continent. There were many powerful existences in the three continents, just like the Purple Sun continent. He was the master of the Purple Sun continent and had ruled the Purple Sun continent for countless years. As for the other three great continents, there were also ancient sages living in seclusion there. They did not show up in the world. The people of the Tonglong continent did not know of their existence at all. Just like the Purple Sun heaven and earth, no one in the Tanglong continent knew of the existence of this heavenly emperor. There is no need for you to know who I am. I only wish to know if there is a teleportation formation on this unique divine mountain that leads to the Tonglong continent. What? You are from the Tonglong continent? Elder Mushio was extremely shocked when he heard this. One should know that the Tonglong continent was extremely far from the Ziyang continent. Furthermore, in the vast and boundless fallen god sea, even a saint would find it difficult to determine the correct direction. Not many cultivators below the sage level dared to enter the fallen god sea. This was because there were all sorts of unknown dangers in the fallen god sea, so not many people were willing to take the risk. Since you know about the Tonglong continent, then it will be easy. Gu Fei smiled at Elder Mushio. The Tonglong continent is a place where saints are buried. How could I not know about it? After Elder Mushio said those words, he seemed to have thought of something and his expression turned ugly. The land of saints. Gu Fei didn't think much of it, but the Iron Blood Taoist and the Black Dragon were shocked. The land of saint burial, they couldn't help but be moved. You will probably be disappointed. My Purple Sun continent does not have such an ancient transportation formation. Elder Mushio said, If you say no, then no. The Black Dragon said, Humph, you little loach, you don't have the qualifications to speak to me here. Old Man Mushio said disdainfully as he glanced at the Black Dragon. In his opinion, he could kill a mere demon emperor countless times with a single hand. The weak had no right to speak in a conversation between the strong. I believe that you have no reason to lie to me. Let's go. Gu Fei took a deep look at Old Man Mushio before turning around and leaving. The Iron Blood Taoist and Black Dragon hurriedly followed. Lord, there's no need for us to head up to the unique God Mountain to take a look. We can't trust the words of that old man. Iron Blood Taoist said, Master, I think we should climb up that unique God Mountain to take a look. Seeing is believing. Black Dragon said, What's the hurry? I'm not even in a hurry, but you guys are. Gu Fei said indifferently. Very soon, he arrived at the mountain peak where he was previously and sat down on a boulder at the peak of the mountain. The Iron Blood Taoist and Black Dragon had no choice but to follow Gu Fei back to the mountain peak. At this time, Zhuge Liang was leading the 12 Great Bandits on a campaign in all directions. Very soon, someone from the 12 Great Bandits returned with a piece of news. It turned out that the Ziyang continent was the resting place of a golden crow in ancient times. During that time, the Ziyang continent was the world of the demon race. However, as the untainted land was destroyed, the golden crow that rested in the Ziyang continent disappeared. Instead, the Ziyang Emperor became the master of the Ziyang continent. As the 12 Great Bandits returned, the information they brought back became more detailed. Zhuge Liang even learned from the city lord of an ancient city that there was a palace left behind by the Golden Crow on the unique God Mountain. A palace left behind by an ancient golden crow was no ordinary place. A palace built by an expert of the demon race must have a transportation formation that led to various places in the world. One should know that the untainted land of the ancient era was incomparably vast. It was so vast that there was no end to it. Even if a great sage of the demon race wanted to go somewhere, it would not be easy. At night, the 12 Great Bandits all returned to the mountain peak where Gu Fei was located. Interesting, the palace of an ancient golden crow. I must go and see for myself. Gu Fei stood up from the boulder. It seemed that old man Muxio was not telling the truth. Sometimes, these ancient sages would also say things that went against their conscience. At this time, the cultivators of the entire Ziyang continent knew that there were foreign experts fighting everywhere. Many cities had been breached by these people. This was a huge storm that swept the entire cultivation world of the Ziyang continent. Everyone was anxious, worried that these people would come to their door at any time. Some people even questioned why no one from the unique residents came to their rescue after such a thing happened. But soon, the news spread. It was not that the unique residents allowed these outsiders to wreak havoc in the Ziyang continent, but that these outsiders were too strong. There were actually people blocking the entrance of the unique city, preventing the experts in the city from coming out. When this news spread out, countless cultivators were in an uproar. These outsiders were too terrifying. They could actually block the entrance of the unique city and prevent the people inside from coming out. Some people knew that there was an ancient sage in the unique city. Could it be that the ancient sage was not in the city at that time? In the eyes of ordinary people, the ancient sage was the symbol of invincibility. Apart from the Purple Yang continent's supreme Ziyang Emperor, who could compete with an ancient sage, Gu Fei did not want to wait any longer. He directly brought the 12 Great Bandits to the unique city. Fellow Taoist, why are you doing this? Didn't I already say that there is no teleportation formation on the unique sacred mountain that leads to the Tenglong continent? When Gu Fei and the others arrived outside the unique city, old man Muxio immediately walked out of the unique city and said such words. "Humph, you old man must be tired of living. How dare you lie to my master?" Black Dragon jumped out and shouted while pointing at old man Muxio. Presumptuous. Old man Muxio glared at Black Dragon. The Tao patterns in his eyes immediately turned into two divine lights and shot out from his eyes, piercing towards Black Dragon. The speed of these two beams of divine light was extremely fast. The Black Dragon was shocked, and it was difficult for him to dodge. The two beams of divine light were about to penetrate his skull and destroy his primordial spirit. He would die on the spot. Chapter 23:31. The unique sacred mountain of the Purple Sun continent was actually the resting place of the ancient Golden Crow. This made Gu Fei very surprised. It seemed that the ancient legends were not all groundless. In ancient times, a divine sun fell on the Purple Sun continent, giving this continent its name. It seemed that at that time, it was not the divine sun that fell, but the golden crow that returned to its nest. It was like a divine sun falling from the sky into the depths of this continent. The 12 bandits fought everywhere and brought back a lot of valuable information, especially the information about the palace of the ancient Golden Crow. This moved Gu Fei even more. The ancient Golden Crow was a great saint of the demon race. It was incomparably powerful and was an overlord of a region. The palace left behind by such an existence was naturally extraordinary. Old man Muxio, if you want to fight, I can accompany you. There is no need to bully the weak. The iron-blood Taoist walked forward. He was the one who had saved the black dragon at the critical moment. Otherwise, the black dragon's Niwen palace would have been pierced by the divine light shot out from Elder Mushio's eyes, and he would have lost his life. "Humph," I said. "There is nothing you want on the unique sacred mountain." Old man Mushio snorted coldly. "Is that so? Then why don't you let us go up and take a look?" The iron-blood Taoist held the phoenix tribulation in his hand. His whole body was surrounded by flames, and the shadow of a fire phoenix could be faintly seen on his body. A powerful aura spread out from his body. He stared at old man Mushio, ready to attack at any time. "There is nothing on the sacred mountain. There is nothing to see. You should leave quickly. Otherwise, when the celestial emperor returns, you will not be able to leave." Old man Mushio said, "Oh, celestial emperor Ziyang is coming back?" Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. The divine abilities of the celestial emperor are not something you can imagine. If you want to live, quickly leave the Purple Sun continent. Old man Mushio continued.
Yes.
Gu Fei pondered for a moment, then said, "That celestial emperor Ziyang, could it be that he is stronger than those demon ancestors? I want to meet this guy." What? When old man Mushio heard Gu Fei's words, he couldn't help being shocked to the extreme. Was this young man crazy? He actually wanted to challenge the Heaven Emperor? In the eyes of all the cultivators in Ziyang continent, Celestial Emperor Ziyang was a supreme existence. It wasn't that no one had challenged Celestial Emperor Ziyang, but even today, he was still the ruler of Ziyang continent. "Tell me, when is that purple sun heaven and earth coming back?" Gu Fei looked at Mushio and said calmly, "To be able to make an ancient saint bow his head and be willing to be ordered around. This heavenly Emperor Ziyang might really be a character." This made Gu Fei a little curious about this heavenly emperor. 3 days, maybe 10 days, a month at the latest, old man Mushio said suspiciously. He did not know if these people were bluffing, or if they really had the strength to challenge Sky Emperor. However, during the day, the shock that Gu Fei gave old man Mushio made him a little uneasy. Perhaps the Sky Emperor had met his match. Very well, then I will wait for him for half a month. After saying that, Gu Fei turned around and left with the crowd. Old man Mushio stood outside Solitary City for a long time before he came back to his senses. He was very surprised that the other party had left just like that. "Great Elder, why don't we lure these people into the city and then activate the formation to catch them all in one go?" At this moment, a ferocious general in black armor arrived behind old man Mushio and said these words. Mushio was the great elder of Solitary Residence, second only to one and above tens of thousands. Apart from Celestial Emperor Ziyang, he was the supreme figure in Solitary Residence. However, although he was under Celestial Emperor Ziyang, Mushio never had the thought of rebelling because he knew very well that if Celestial Emperor Ziyang wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. He was also a little expectant because he wanted to know if these outsiders could really defeat Celestial Emperor Ziyang. This might be his only chance. Old man Mushio finally returned to Solitary City. He did not lie. Celestial Emperor Ziyang had already left Ziyang continent and entered the depths of the God-Down Sea. No one knew why Celestial Emperor Ziyang took the risk to enter the depths of the God-Down Sea. No one dared to ask, not even old man Mushio. No one dared to defy Celestial Emperor Ziyang's decision. No one dared to ask about things that Celestial Emperor Ziyang didn't want to say. Celestial Emperor Ziyang was the supreme god of Ziyang continent, and all living beings had to obey him. Celestial Emperor Ziyang, who had left for half a year, suddenly sent back a message a few days ago saying that he would return very soon. This was where Mushio's confidence came from. Celestial Emperor Ziyang was really going to return. "My lord, we should have killed our way to Solitary Sacred Mountain just now," Iron Blood Taoist said. At this time, they had already returned to the mountain. "I can wait for 10 days to half a month. We'll talk about it when the time comes." Gu Fei said. It was hard to find a real opponent. Celestial Emperor Ziyang might be a good opponent, but if this so-called Celestial Emperor was someone who deceived the world, then he would be out of luck.
Yes.
Everyone nodded. They were very clear that their lord was really interested in this so-called Celestial Emperor Ziyang. Not long after, the 12 bandits went down the mountain again. This time, they brought Black Dragon with them because Black Dragon was very familiar with the entire Ziyang continent and was a good guide. Gu Fei didn't go down the mountain. He was cultivating on the mountain, cultivating his state of mind. With the cultivation of a saint king, his cultivation was rising too fast. It was hard for his state of mind to keep up with his cultivation. This would be a big problem. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, but there was no movement on solitary sacred mountain. Obviously, Celestial Emperor Ziyang hadn't returned yet. At this time, the entire Ziyang continent was shrouded in a layer of gloomy fog. Under the leadership of Black Dragon, the 12 bandits looted all the treasuries of the cultivation forces in Ziyang continent. Solitary Manor's attitude towards the 12 bandits was disappointing. No one from Solitary Manor appeared, which made the 12 bandits even more unscrupulous. In Solitary City, Elder Mu Xiu's complexion was frighteningly gloomy when he received the news. These outsiders had gone too far, causing chaos in the entire Ziyang continent. However, Celestial Emperor Ziyang hadn't returned yet. Mu Xiu and the others could only worry helplessly. Only Celestial Emperor Ziyang's return could calm this chaotic situation. Half a month passed. The 12 bandits had a bountiful harvest in Ziyang continent. Although this place couldn't compare to the Tonglong continent, there were still good things. Zhuge Liang found a finger-sized piece of star iron in the treasury of a city lord. This was an immortal material, a divine material exclusive to extreme grade supremes. Jade-faced playboy found a dragon pearl. It wasn't a flood dragon pearl, but a real dragon pearl. After a real dragon died, the dragon pearl would shatter. Therefore, dragon pearls were very rare. Although these things were rare, Gu Fei didn't care about them. Chapter 23:32. Gu Fei quietly stared at the ancient city before him. This time, he would no longer hesitate. He was going to fight his way up to the unique sacred mountain. Rumble. When Gu Fei's group appeared in front of the unique city, the heavy city gate opened from the inside and Elder Mu Xiu walked out. Half a month is up. Where is your heavenly sovereign Ziyang? Black Dragon asked Elder Mu Xiu. You're not qualified to speak to me. Old man Mu Xiu said coldly. A trace of panic flashed across his eyes. He naturally knew that these people would not retreat so easily if they came again. Mu Xiu, do I have the qualifications to speak to you? The Iron-Blood Taoist walked forward and stared at Elder Mu Xiu. He gripped the Phoenix Tribulation tightly in his hand as his body emitted a powerful battle intent. Of course Taoist Ironblood is qualified to speak to me. Mu Xiu glanced at Black Dragon and said indifferently. He was an ancient saint, so he didn't put a dragon sovereign in his eyes. Sovereign existences were like ants before him. Then I won't waste any more time. My lord is going to ascend the unique sacred mountain now. You only have two choices. Fight or surrender. Make your choice. The Iron-Blood Taoist didn't waste any more time and went straight to the point. What? Elder Mu Xiu couldn't help but be shocked. Although he had thought of many ways to deal with these people, he didn't expect them to be so domineering right from the start. Shouldn't you wait a few more days? The Heavenly Sovereign should be back in a few days. Elder Mu Xiu said, trying to buy time. Looks like you guys are going to fight. The Iron-Blood Taoist coldly said. Flames flickered in his eyes as a powerful fire elemental energy rippled from his body. Lord, since these people don't know what's good for them, we'll just have to destroy them. Zhuge Liang waved his five-colored feather fan and said to Gu Fei. Even the Middle Continent Immortal Mansion on Buzhou Ancestral Star was destroyed by us. Do you think this unique manor is stronger than the Middle Continent Immortal Mansion? A bandit said disapprovingly. Mu Xiu's expression changed. The Ancestral Star of Buzhou was one of the 5 ancestral grounds of the mortal world, and as an ancient saint, he naturally knew about it. Then that's the only way. Gu Fei nodded. Then, he extended his right hand and drew a line in the air in front of him. A spatial passage immediately appeared in the air. Groups of soldiers walked out from the spatial tunnel, and a shocking killing aura appeared in the air. This killing aura caused the sky and earth to change color. These were Gu Fei's battle troops. Even though there were only 5,000 of them, Each and every one of them was clad in battle armor and wielded a bronze spear. They all emanated an incomparably powerful aura. When Old Man Mushio saw this scene, his heart trembled. His opponent had actually formed an inner world and had even trained an incomparably powerful combat troupe. Even Black Dragon was shocked to the extreme. The master that he had acknowledged was too heaven-defying. He had actually formed an inner world and possessed a terrifying combat troupe. Every single one of these 5,000 soldiers had the cultivation base and combat strength of an immortal emperor. This was the result of tempering their bodies with the essence of the divine spring of life day and night. Gu Fei didn't lack anything. It wasn't difficult for him to forge a powerful combat troupe, especially when it came to tempering their bodies day and night. The combat body of a combat troupe was so strong that it could go head-on against a true Emperor divine weapon. If these 5,000 soldiers were to form a battle formation, their combat strength would multiply, and they could even break through the shackles of an Emperor divine weapon and challenge almighty experts. Even the unique manner would find it hard to cultivate such a troop of combat troops. I'll ask you one more time. Are you going to fight or surrender? Great Sage Iron Blood Taoist said. His voice traveled far into the unique city. What's going on? In the unique city, every cultivator who heard the voice was shocked to the extreme. Fellow Taoist Iron Blood, there's really no room for negotiation. Old Man Mushio refused to give up. Starting a war now would be very disadvantageous to them. One should know that in the past half a month, the enemy had already conquered almost all the cities in the Violet Sun continent. Those people had been beaten so badly that they absolutely wouldn't dare to come and help Unique Manor. Iron Blood Taoist shook his head and didn't speak anymore. Kill. Just as Mushio was hesitating, Iron Blood Taoist let out a roar and turned into a fiery shadow, lunging at Mushio with extreme speed. Outrageous. You guys have gone too far. Old Man Mushio was anxious. He didn't want to fight these people, but they were already charging at him. There was no time for him to make a choice. Boom. Earth elemental energy erupted. Old Man Mushio had no choice but to face it head-on. Boundless earth elemental energy condensed into a huge cauldron, slamming towards Iron Blood Taoist. Wong. Iron Blood Taoist raised his right hand and pressed the Phoenix Tribulation forward. The void trembled. The 9 divine Phoenix Tao marks on the Phoenix Tribulation emitted a dazzling divine light in an instant. A fiery phoenix rushed out from the Phoenix Tribulation. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The fiery phoenix that rushed out from the Phoenix Tribulation collided with Old Man Mushio's huge cauldron. The fiery phoenix immediately collapsed, and the huge cauldron also dissipated in the void. Old Man Mushio was sent flying by the mighty force. Iron Blood Taoist, on the other hand, was as unmoving as a mountain. He didn't even take a single step back. This was the difference between using a saint artifact and not. Even though Mushio was an ancient saint, he was still forced back by the Iron Blood Taoist who wielded the Phoenix Tribulation. Old Man Mushio flipped his right hand, and a stone tablet appeared in his hand. The stone tablet emitted a powerful wave that could suppress the void. Just as the Iron Blood Taoist and Old Man Mushio started fighting, groups of soldiers rushed out of Unique City. Each of them was holding a spear in their hands. These soldiers were trained by the Unique Manor, and they were led by the 3 great generals. They charged toward Gu Fei and the others. Zhuge, I order you to lead 5,000 soldiers and fight. Gu Fei ordered Zhuge. Yes, Lord. Zhuge hurriedly accepted the order and charged forward with 5,000 soldiers, intercepting the soldiers who were rushing out of the Unique City. There were more than 1,000 soldiers rushing out of Unique City. Each of them was at the Emperor level, or close to it in terms of cultivation and strength, especially the 3 generals leading them. 2 of them were supreme experts, and 1 was a half-saint. Formation. Zhuge let out a loud shout, and the 5,000 warriors behind him immediately moved at high speed. A heaven-shaking killing intent erupted from the 5,000 warriors. Formation. The 3 generals gave the order as well. The 1,000 soldiers moved quickly, and a similar killing intent emanated from them. A battle formation appeared in the sky. Gu Fei wanted to train the soldiers in his hands. Kill. Zhuge Liang waved his right hand, and the 5,000 soldiers behind him immediately rushed forward. The power of the battle formation erupted in an instant, shaking the heavens and earth. Fight! The 5,000 soldiers roared at the same time, like a magnificent army with thousands of horses and horses. All of them stabbed forward with their bronze spears. The power of the 5,000 soldiers gathered together and turned into a terrifying torrent that crashed into the soldiers of the unique abode on the other side. Fight! The battle soldiers of the unique residence roared and stabbed out with their spears. The power of over 1,000 battle soldiers gathered together through the battle formation and turned into a destructive force that shot forward. Rumble. When the two forces collided, the void trembled and the ground sank. Even residents of the Soul Lord was affected by the shockwaves. Very soon, the soldiers of Unique Prefecture were forced to retreat. Blood could be seen at the corner of each soldier's mouth. They suffered a great impact. Even the two supreme experts and the half-saint were no exception. All of them coughed up blood. How is this possible? The leader of the half-saint army was extremely shocked. The leader of the enemy did not attack, but even so, they couldn't hold on any longer. The power gathered by the 5,000 soldiers with the help of the battle formation was too strong. It could even injure a half-step saint. This kind of power made Zhuge Liang feel both surprised and delighted. Surrender or not? The voice of the iron-blood Taoist reverberated in the air. He and Old Man Mu Xiu were fighting fiercely. Both of them used their saint weapons, but none of them could do anything to the other. Don't go too far. My unique prefecture is not one to be trifled with. Old Man Mu Xiu said coldly. Buzz. At this moment, the void trembled, and a light barrier appeared, covering the entire unique city. On the light barrier, Tao patterns could be vaguely seen. The people of the unique city activated the city defense formation. It's useless. If the Lord takes action, he can destroy everything. Nothing can stop the Lord. Seeing this, the iron-blood Taoist uttered such words. What? Old Man Mu Xiu was shocked. There was no reason for the iron-blood Taoist to lie to him. It seemed like they were in big trouble this time. If the unique city was breached, there would be no unique prefecture in the Purple Sun continent. If the unique city could not be defended, then the unique sacred mountain would be breached as well. Is the unique prefecture at the brink of life and death? Old Man Mu Xiu's mind was shaken. As he was distracted, he was struck by the iron-blood Taoist's phoenix tribulation and was sent flying several thousand zhang away. His shoulder was badly mutilated, and even his bones were exposed. Rumble. At this moment, Gu Fei finally made his move. A giant hand covered the sky, and the chaos giant hand covered the sky. Terrifying energy ripples were emitted, and it slammed down on the unique city below. On the palm of the chaos giant hand, there were 9 primordial chaos Tao patterns that were faintly discernible. The great Tao of chaos was activated, and the void below the chaos giant hand was destroyed. Old Man Mu Xiu couldn't help but turn pale at this scene. That young man was so powerful, and what made his heart palpitate was the fact that he was a martial saint. This time, it's really going to be a disaster. Chapter 23:33. Gu Fei finally made his move. He used the heaven-shrouding palm, and the chaotic palm covered the entire sky, covering the entire unique city. Rumble. Chaotic chi surged, and on the palm of the chaotic palm, there were 9 chaotic Tao patterns faintly visible, exuding a terrifying power of the great path that could destroy the world. What's going on? Even the great elder can't drive away those outsiders? In the unique city, countless disciples of the unique residents looked up at the scene in the sky. Everyone's mind went blank. Even with the protection of the city barrier grand array, they were still shocked to the extreme. It was too powerful. It was as if the sky and earth were being split apart. The city barrier grand array shook, and countless Tao patterns appeared on the light shield. The power of the array was fully activated. An ancient sacred array. Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw this. This was an ancient array laid down by the ancient sages, and it had existed for countless years. At this time, the power of the array was awakened, as if an ancient sage had awakened from a deep slumber. At this moment, the billions of living beings in the Purple Sun continent felt the aura of the Great Path, and all of them were terrified. Those outsiders are actually attacking the unique God Mountain? The city lords of the 18 cities in the Purple Sun continent were all stunned. These outsiders were too powerful. The unique sacred mountain was different from the cities in the Purple Sun continent. According to legend, the unique sacred mountain had a palace left behind by the ancient Golden Crow, and it was the resting place of the ancient Golden Crow. More importantly, the Purple Sun continent had been operating on the unique sacred mountain for countless years, laying down an unparalleled killing array. Even if a great sage came in person, he or she would not be able to ascend the unique sacred mountain. If those outsiders can even attack the unique sacred mountain, then the Purple Sun continent will have a new master, a cultivator of the older generation side. For countless years, the unique residents had never encountered such a crisis. Even when forces from other continents came to invade, no one had ever been able to kill their way to the unique sacred mountain. Rumble. At this time, Gu Fei's chaotic palm had already landed, colliding with the light shield formed by the power of the city barrier grand array. That layer of light screen shook violently. Countless patterns of Tao interweaved on the light screen and then vanished. The chaos hand wasn't stopped and continued to descend. What? Elder Mu Xiao, who was fighting with the Iron Blood Taoist, couldn't help but feel shocked when he saw this. While Mu Xiao was distracted, the Iron Blood Taoist's right hand had already grabbed onto Mu Xiao's left shoulder. His fingers pierced into Mu Xiao's flesh and tore off a piece of flesh. You dare to be distracted while fighting me? You're courting death. Iron Blood Taoist shouted. Humph. Elder Mu Xiao did not say anything. He directly activated the stone steel in his hand. Countless runes rushed out from the stone steel, forming a peerlessly powerful force that forced the Iron Blood Taoist back. Then, Elder Mu Xiao turned around and transformed into a ray of grayish light. He carried the stone tablet and rushed into the unique city. Preposterous. Seeing that Elder Mu Xiao had actually escaped, the Iron Blood Taoist could not help but be shocked and furious. He wanted to give chase. But at that moment, Gu Fei stopped the Iron Blood Taoist. The protective array of the ancient city ahead had already been activated. If the Iron Blood Taoist were to rush forward, he would probably be injured by the power of the array. The protective array was a killing formation laid out by ancient sages. At this time, the 5,000 soldiers under Zhu Guliang's command had routed the 1,000 soldiers of the unique city. Even the half-sage expert was killed by the bronze spear of the soldiers. The strength of the 5,000 soldiers was just too powerful. They could kill almighty experts and half-sages. They were invincible. Too heaven-defying. They can actually kill a half-sage expert. The combat strength displayed by the 5,000 soldiers left Zhu Guliang dumbfounded. One should know that each of the 5,000 soldiers only had the cultivation base and combat strength of an immortal emperor. No one would believe that a group of 5,000 immortal emperors could actually kill a half-sage expert. One should know that the realm above the immortal emperor was the almighty expert, and above that was the half-sage expert. In other words, there were two major realms between the immortal emperor and the half-sage expert. This was no longer heaven-defying in the ordinary sense. However, Zhu Guliang was also very clear that the reason why the 5,000 soldiers could kill a half-sage expert was because of the battle formation formed by the 5,000 soldiers. At this time, the soldiers had arrived at the city, and a giant chaotic palm was pressing down from the sky. The cultivators in the entire unique city felt that a great calamity was about to befall them. Stop! Old man Mu Xiao's roar reverberated throughout unique city. At this time, the giant chaotic hand in the sky had already broken through the city's protective array, and the light barrier turned into specks of light that dissipated into the void. The entire ancient city shook. Cracks appeared on the city walls, as though the entire city was about to collapse. It was a heart-wrenching sight. Too late. Gu Fei spoke indifferently. The chaotic palm was still pressing down. If it really did that, the entire unique city would vanish from this world in an instant. His strength hadn't exceeded the limit of the mortal world, but he was still able to break the killing formation laid out by the ancient sages. Such combat strength had shocked everyone to the extreme. We surrender. We are willing to surrender. Stop it now. Old man Mu Xiu was on the verge of tears. At this time, the entire ancient city was filled with cracks. Some of the buildings began to collapse, especially the countless disciples of Unique Prefecture. They were knocked unconscious by the powerful pressure that descended from the sky. Only the more powerful cultivators were able to fight against the mighty pressure descending from the sky with all their might. I'm willing to surrender. Gu Fei's voice resounded throughout the Unique City. I'm willing to surrender. I'm willing to surrender. Old man Mu Xiu hurriedly said. Not surrendering meant death. He didn't want to see countless disciples of Unique Prefecture being buried together with him. The chaos hand that was slapping down from the sky finally stopped. Everyone in Unique City breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had just escaped from death. The chaotic palm retracted. In the next moment, Gu Fei appeared in the Unique City. He stood in front of Mu Xiu and looked at him indifferently. The great elder of Unique Prefecture, Mu Xiu, is willing to surrender, Mu Xiu said, and knelt down in front of Gu Fei. He had no choice but to surrender. One must know that there were countless disciples of Unique Prefecture in the entire Unique City. If the Unique City was destroyed, even if he could survive, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang would not spare him. Very good. A wise man submits to circumstances. You are a man who knows how to adapt to circumstances. Gu Fei looked at Mu Xiu, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, My name is Gu Fei. Remember my name. I will be your master from now on. Gu Fei said, and no longer paid attention to Mu Xiu. At this time, Iron Blood Taoist and the others had also entered the Unique City. Unique Sacred Mountain. Chapter 23:34. After subduing an ancient saint, Gu Fei was in a good mood. He didn't place any seals on Mu Xiu because he wasn't afraid that Mu Xiu would betray him. In the face of absolute power, who would dare to betray him? Under Mu Xiu's lead, Gu Fei entered the Unique City's City Lord Mansion and officially became the Lord of Unique City. What? Did I hear it wrong? Those outsiders actually took down Unique City? The news spread and the entire Purple Sun continent was in an uproar. It seemed like Unique residence was done for. This shocked all the cultivators to the extreme. How is this possible? Some people found it hard to believe that these outsiders were actually this powerful. This was something that no one had expected. Could it be that the Purple Sun continent was really going to have a new owner? Where is Heavenly Emperor Ziyang? Some people knew that Heavenly Emperor Ziyang had left the Purple Sun continent. However, when Unique residence was on the brink of life and death, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang actually didn't return. If those outsiders are allowed to ascend the Unique Sacred Mountain, then even if Heavenly Emperor Ziyang returns, he won't be able to change anything. Some of the older generation seemed to know something. The city lords of the 18 cities of the Purple Sun continent were observing. Although they had submitted to Unique residence, the situation was different now. They didn't go to help Unique residents. These people were extremely shrewd. At this time, in the Unique City Lord Mansion, Gu Fei directly asked Mu Xiu to tell him everything that happened on Unique Sacred Mountain. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Mu Xiu had no choice but to tell. He knew that lying in front of an existence like Gu Fei was useless. So there really is a palace left behind by an ancient golden crow on Unique Sacred Mountain. Everyone was shocked after listening to Mu Xiu's words. One should know that the ancient golden crow was an unparalleled expert of the demon race. The palace built by such an existence was naturally extraordinary. There might even be other things left behind by the ancient golden crow in the palace. The golden crow was an overlord in ancient times. If they could obtain the inheritance of the golden crow, then their trip here wouldn't be in vain. Up the mountain. Without hesitation, Gu Fei let old man Mu Xiu lead the way. They left the city lord's mansion, exited Unique City, and headed for the mountain ahead. Master, isn't this a little too risky? The Iron Blood Taoist said in a worried tone. It was not a good thing to rashly ascend the sole sovereign's sacred mountain. No one knew if this Mu Xiu would betray them or not. How can you catch tiger cubs without going into the tiger's den? Gu Fei glanced at the Iron Blood Taoist and said. Hearing this, the Iron Blood Taoist stopped talking. The solitary city was about a dozen miles away from the solitary sacred mountain, a distance that Gu Fei and the rest could cover in an instant. Soon, Gu Fei and the others arrived at the foot of unique sacred mountain. Along the way, Mu Xiu didn't dare to play any tricks. However, when he arrived at the foot of the unique sacred mountain, his face turned solemn. "Why did you stop?" The black dragon jumped out again. Old man Mu Xiu ignored the black dragon. His hands rapidly formed seals before him. Soon, a door appeared in the sky. "Please." Elder Mu Xiu made an inviting gesture towards Gu Fei, then directly walked into the door. "This formation isn't too bad." Gu Fei did not move. Instead, he carefully observed his surroundings. He could tell that this sacred mountain was not as simple as he had imagined. Swoosh! At that moment, the door in front of Gu Fei and the others suddenly disappeared. **T, everyone was shocked. This old man Mu Xiu had really betrayed them and entered the unique sacred mountain, breaking free from Gu Fei's control. "Since you've already submitted, why did you betray us?" Gu Fei said indifferently. Just as Mu Xiu heaved a sigh of relief, Gu Fei's voice rang in his ears. He was so shocked that he almost jumped up from the ground. "To think that I've still underestimated this person. To think that his voice could penetrate the unique sacred mountain's defensive formation and reach here." Mu Xiu's expression changed. "Come out now, and I'll pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." Gu Fei's voice was still as calm as ever. However, when Gu Fei's words entered Elder Mu Xiu's ears, he was extremely shocked. No one knew what this young man was trying to do. "Very well, I've given you a chance." Gu Fei's voice rang out once more. After that, his voice fell silent. "He's gone." Mu Xiu's heart skipped a beat. He had already made the necessary arrangements. When Gu Fei returned to Unique City, it was already an empty city. "My lord, what should we do? I didn't expect this Mu Xiu to be so cunning." Sure enough, when Gu Fei returned to Solitary City, the entire ancient city had really become an empty city. This shocked and angered the Iron Blood Taoist and the others. It was not an easy task to move over 100,000 people away in such a short period of time. "How dare they lie to us? Master, we should let them know that we're not so easily fooled." Black Dragon gritted his teeth. He had always disliked Mu Xiu. "My lord, give the order." The 12 bandits were filled with murderous intent. They couldn't wait to kill their way into Unique Sacred Mountain and behead Mu Xiu. "Since that's the case, let's do it." Gu Fei nodded. He then turned around and led the group towards Unique Sacred Mountain. Very quickly, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. "Mu Xiu, you will pay for your stupidity." Gu Fei spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it traveled far into Mu Xiu's ears. "What?" Mu Xiu was extremely shocked. He had already arrived at the waist of Unique Sacred Mountain through void teleportation. However, his opponent's voice was still able to reach his ears. This made him feel uneasy. Boom! As he spoke, an ancient cauldron rushed out from Gu Fei's dantian. It emitted an incomparably powerful aura as it charged towards Unique Sacred Mountain. Strands of primordial chaos circled around the ancient cauldron. An ancient aura was emitted from the ancient cauldron. How could this be? This is... Looking at the ancient cauldron flying towards Unique Sacred Mountain, Mu Xiu was extremely shocked. His eyes widened and his mouth agape. He didn't expect that a saint weapon that had disappeared since the ancient times would appear in the hands of his opponent. "It's over." Mu Xiu was shocked. When he thought about how terrifying a saint weapon was, his face turned ashen. If he knew that his opponent had a saint weapon, he wouldn't have dared to betray Gu Fei no matter how daring he was. Chapter 23:35. Mu Xiu was an ancient saint who had lived for countless years. Naturally, he could sense the terrifying aura from the mountain and river cauldron. It was an aura that made even ancient saints shudder. Gu Fei actually had the mountain and river cauldron? How was this possible? Didn't the mountain and river cauldron disappear during the Desolate Era? Mu Xiu's expression changed drastically. He thought that the other party wouldn't be able to do anything to him once he returned to the Unique Sacred Mountain. One should know that the Unique Sacred Mountain was a palace left behind by the ancient Golden Crow. Moreover, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang had been operating on the unique sacred mountain for countless years. He had laid down countless Tao runes and had almost refined the entire mountain into a supreme saint tool. In Mu Xiu's opinion, no one could break through the unique sacred mountain, not even a great saint or an immortal venerable. But now, he knew that the other party definitely had the strength to destroy the unique sacred mountain. Mu Xiu had already realized how foolish his actions were. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook. An ancient cauldron that breathed primordial chaos chi slammed heavily on the unique sacred mountain's defensive grand formation. Countless formation runes emerged from the originally transparent void. An earth-shattering shockwave spread out from the unique sacred mountain. Every living being in the entire Ziyang continent felt the shockwave immediately. All of them panicked as if a supreme saint had descended upon the Ziyang continent. The unique sacred mountain's defensive grand formation was activated. Countless formation runes interweaved, triggering the power of the ancestral vein beneath the mountain. Earth essence chi transformed into huge dragons that rushed out from the depths of the earth. Roar. In the void, there seemed to be a shocking dragon roar. 9 chaos dragons appeared between heaven and earth, exuding a mighty wave of power. The 9 dragons pounced towards the mountain and river cauldron at the same time, like 9 dragons fighting for a pearl. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked to the extreme. This was the power of the unique sacred mountain's defensive grand formation. These 9 dragons were enough to kill an ordinary saint. Moreover, these dragons were condensed from the ancestral vein of the earth. They were lifeless. Even if they displayed power that surpassed the saint realm, the power of heavenly punishment would not appear. The power of heavenly punishment only targeted saint realm living beings. However, saint tools and saint formations were lifeless and would not trigger the power of heavenly punishment. Boom. Just then, a loud boom rang out as the 9 dragons slammed into the mountain and river cauldron. In the next instant, the mountain and river cauldron shook violently, and the 9 dragons were sent flying away. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron let out a deafening cry, and the beasts engraved on the cauldron began to emit rays of divine light, as if they were about to come to life. The souls of the countless ancient beasts suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron showed signs of awakening, especially the 4 spirits of the ancient era. They even showed their soul shadows, struggling on the mountain and river cauldron, as if they were about to rush out. This is, on the solitary sacred mountain, Mu Xiu, who saw the changes on the mountain and river cauldron, was dumbfounded. It really was the mountain and river cauldron. One should know that only the mountain and river cauldron could suppress the 4 spirits of heaven and earth. All the upper echelons of the unique abode were gathered on the unique sacred mountain. Seeing this scene, everyone was in disbelief. Someone was actually attacking the unique sacred mountain. This was something that had never happened before. Ever since Heavenly Emperor Ziyang unified the Purple Sun continent, no one had ever been able to get close to unique sacred mountain, let alone attack it. Is it those outsiders? How could they be so powerful? Why isn't the Heavenly Emperor back yet? Are we going to be passively attacked? On the unique sacred mountain, some elders of the unique abode were discussing in low voices. They had never been so aggrieved before. Someone had come to kill them, and they couldn't even go out to fight. Grand Elder, what should we do? An elder of the unique abode asked Mu Xiu. Run as far as you can. Activate the ancient teleportation formation on the sacred mountain, or it will be too late. Mu Xiu suddenly said. What? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. They thought they had heard wrong. How could such words come out of the Grand Elder's mouth? Hurry up and activate the ancient teleportation formation. What are you waiting for? We're already in trouble. Seeing that everyone was still hesitating, Mu Xiu couldn't help but shout. Rumble. At this time, the entire unique sacred mountain was shaking. The ancient cauldron in the sky was gradually breaking through the formation, and even the mountain guarding Grand Array could not stop it. Yes, the group of elders of the unique abode immediately received the order and left. However, just as the mountain river cauldron broke through the unique immortal mountain's protective array, a silhouette appeared in the sky above the unique immortal mountain. An extremely powerful aura exuded from the silhouette. Seeing that silhouette, Mu Xiu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The person who attacked the unique sacred mountain was none other than Gu Fei. Are you going to end it yourself, or do you want me to do it? Gu Fei looked down at old man Mu Xiu and said expressionlessly. He hated those who betrayed him the most, and this old man Mu Xiu actually dared to do so. This made him very unhappy. He would never let go of such a treacherous person. Gu Fei, you've gone too far. Old man Mu Xiu was shocked and angered. He never thought that the other party would have an extreme Dao Saint weapon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done such a stupid thing. I've already given you all a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it, Gu Fei said. Above his head, an ancient cauldron floated. Streams of primordial chaos chi flowed down from the ancient cauldron, emitting waves of energy that could shake the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The power of the mountain and river cauldron spread out, forcefully suppressing the unique sacred mountain's grand array. The 9 chaotic dragons were forced back, and the surrounding space was sealed by the mountain and river cauldron. Grand Elder, why are you talking so much with this guy? Let me go up and take his head. A black-haired, middle-aged man shouted. He then shot up into the sky and arrived in front of Gu Fei. His killing intent surged, and with a flip of his hands, a halberd appeared in his hands. Shwa. The middle-aged man waved the halberd and smashed it down towards Gu Fei's head. Gu Fei shook his head and pressed forward with his right hand. The halberd in the middle-aged man's hands immediately shattered into millions of pieces. The middle-aged man didn't even have the chance to scream before he was turned into a bloody mist. His soul had been completely destroyed. What? Everyone on the mountain was shocked beyond words. To think that this outsider could destroy a great perfection quasi-sage with a single move. This scene was way too shocking. The cultivation and battle prowess of this outsider were way too frightening. Chapter 23:36. Ants will always be ants. No matter how many of them there are, they are still ants in front of a dragon. Gu Fei said. Right now, he was like a supreme god that could control the heavens and earth. He had killed a demisage with just a raise of his hand. He was so overbearing and unbridled. I'll fight you to the death. Mu Xiu knew that he had lost the upper hand. His opponent had the mountain and river cauldron, which could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was the nemesis of the ancestral vein of the earth. What could the unique residents use to fight against such an opponent? Boom! Mu Xiu took out the stone tablet. Countless Dao runes appeared on the stone tablet. An extremely powerful and saintly aura was emitted from the stone tablet. This was the sign of the great Dao imprint within the Saint Weapon Awakening. However, without any suspense, Gu Fei activated the mountain and river cauldron and smashed the stone tablet in Mu Xiu's hand into pieces. Even the imprint of the great Dao imprint within the stone tablet had been dispersed. Mu Xiu spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body looked fatigued. He seemed to have lost something in his body. The destruction of the Saint Weapon that he had refined himself had dealt a huge blow to Mu Xiu. His Dao foundation was almost shaken. A drop of blood seeped out from his forehead. Die! Gu Fei extended his right hand and struck out with the heaven-encompassing palm. The chaotic palm covered the entire mountain, leaving Mu Xiu with no way to escape. He could only take it head-on. Roar! Mu Xiu roared like a wild beast that was about to die. He actually shot up into the sky from the mountain and pounced towards Gu Fei. He wanted to take Gu Fei down with him. Fellow Daoist, please show mercy. Just when everyone thought that Mu Xiu was about to be killed by this outsider, a loud shout rang out from the top of the mountain. After that, a figure appeared high up in the sky and saved Mu Xiu. Boom! At the same time when that person saved Mu Xiu, he sent a backhand slap upwards. The extremely violent power transformed into a huge purple hand, which fiercely collided with Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm. Two shocking forces collided and canceled each other out. Countless Dao patterns were destroyed. Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm was actually blocked. In the end, the two giant palms dissipated in the void at the same time. It's the Sky Sovereign. The Sky Sovereign is finally back. On the unique sacred mountain, cheers resounded. At the moment of life and death for the unique residents, the only person who could lead them through this crisis was Celestial the Arch-Ziyang. Celestial the Arch. When old man Mu Xiu saw that the person who saved him was the Manor Lord of the Soul Supremacy Manor, Heavenly Monarch Ziyang, he was overjoyed. The Soul Supremacy Manor was saved. Heavenly the Arch-Ziyang actually returned at this time. This caused Gu Fei and the rest to be shocked. But Gu Fei wasn't afraid. So what if it was a Heavenly the Arch? Could it be that he was more powerful than the Ancestor Devil? Your Heavenly Monarch Ziyang. Gu Fei looked at the person and said, this person was tall and had a head of black hair that fluttered in the wind. He wore white robes and stood there, giving off a feeling of otherworldliness. Dao friend, you're going a little overboard, the white-robed middle-aged man said with a smile on his face. Even if you're back, you won't be able to change anything. Gu Fei sized up this Heavenly Monarch Ziyang and said, anyone who dared to betray him would have to pay the price. No matter who it was, it would be the same. Dao friend, on account of my face, how about letting this go? Heavenly Monarch Ziyang said with a faint smile on his face. Gu Fei could sense that this Heavenly Emperor Ziyang wasn't as simple as he seemed. Even though he was standing in the void, his entire being seemed to have fused with the void around him. There was an inexplicable Taoist rhyme in his every move. How can this do? Just at this moment, a voice rang out. Iron Blood Taoist brought his group and rushed over. Very quickly, they arrived behind Gu Fei. The one who spoke was Black Dragon. At this moment, the mountain river cauldron had already suppressed the defensive formation of the unique sacred mountain. How about I owe you a favor? Heavenly Monarch Ziyang ignored Black Dragon and focused all his attention on Gu Fei. He could feel that these people weren't simple. Hearing the words of Heavenly Monarch Ziyang, the disciples of Unique Manor were incomparably shocked. Were these outsiders really so strong that even the Heavenly Monarch had to compromise? A favor from an immortal lord? Gu Fei's eyes lit up like torches. He could see through the cultivation base of this Heavenly Monarch Ziyang. This Heavenly Monarch Ziyang was actually an immortal lord. My lord, this person. Iron Blood Taoist couldn't help but frown when he saw this person. He realized that he couldn't see through this person's cultivation. This shocked him. There are 9 immortal lords under the Supreme Tao Ancestor. You're that immortal lord? Gu Fei looked at Heavenly Monarch Ziyang with a solemn expression. This fellow was definitely a super antique. One should know that the immortal lords of the ancient era were all great figures that once followed the Supreme Tao Ancestor. According to legend, the Supreme Tao Ancestor accepted 9 great disciples and passed down 9 secret arts. If this Heavenly Monarch Ziyang was really an immortal lord, then this fella must have mastered at least one secret art of the immortal Tao. Heavenly Monarch Ziyang was taken aback, and his expression turned slightly ugly. There's no immortal lord here, only a Heavenly Monarch. Heavenly Monarch Ziyang said. Oh, Gu Fei's curiosity was piqued. Fellow Taoist, as long as you don't kill Mu Xiu, everything is negotiable. Heavenly Monarch Ziyang continued. He glanced at the ancient cauldron hovering above Gu Fei's head. His eyes flashed with an imperceptible light. Heavenly Monarch. Mu Xiu couldn't help but feel touched when he heard this. Very well. As long as you can find an ancient teleportation formation that can teleport to Tunglong Continent, then I will pretend that nothing happened. Gu Fei thought for a moment and said to Heavenly Monarch Ziyang. He just wanted to return to Tunglong Continent as soon as possible. He really wasn't interested in other things. Tunglong Continent. Heavenly Monarch Ziyang was startled. Could these people be from Tunglong Continent? How did they come to the ocean? Could it be? He thought of something. What? Can't do it? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little impatient when he saw Heavenly Monarch Ziyang's thoughtful expression. He was a little surprised that this Heavenly Monarch Ziyang was actually an immortal lord. However, so what if he was an immortal venerable? In the mortal world, only the human emperors dared to disregard the energy of heavenly punishment. Even an immortal venerable wouldn't dare to remove the seal on his body in the mortal world and recover his cultivation base. Unfortunately, I don't have such an ancient teleportation formation here. Heavenly Monarch Ziyang said. Humph. Gu Fei sneered and was about to make a move. Hee, fellow Taoist, don't be anxious. Although I don't have such an ancient teleportation formation here, I know a place that does. Heavenly Monarch Ziyang continued. Where? Chapter 23:37. Just when Gu Fei broke through the protective formation of the unique sacred mountain and was about to kill ancient sage Mu Xiu who dared to betray him, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang suddenly returned. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang saved Mu Xiu and told him where he knew the ancient teleportation formation to the Tanglong continent. The three continents were in the depths of the Divine Fall Sea and were too far away from the Tanglong continent. Moreover, it was very easy to get lost in the vast sea. Without the teleportation formation, it would not be easy for Gu Fei and the others to return to the Tanglong continent. Where is the teleportation formation? Gu Fei asked directly. If I tell you the location of the teleportation formation to the Tanglong continent, can you let Mu Xiu go? Heavenly Emperor Ziyang looked at Gu Fei with a smile. All right. Gu Fei nodded. The reason why he made such a big commotion in the Ziyang continent was to find the teleportation formation to the Tanglong continent. All right, it's a deal then. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang didn't want Mu Xiu to die in the hands of Gu Fei, so he told Gu Fei the location of the teleportation formation. What? After listening, Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. That place was not a place that anyone could go. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang had just returned from that place. Moreover, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang couldn't enter that place. This time, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang had left the Purple Sun continent for more than a decade just to enter that place. However, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and the rulers of the other two continents had worked hard for more than a decade, but in the end, they gained nothing. In the end, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang welcomed Gu Fei and the others to the unique sacred mountain. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and Gu Fei entered the Golden Crow Palace at the peak of the unique sacred mountain. After a secret discussion for nearly 2 hours, Gu Fei walked out of the Golden Crow Palace. The Golden Crow Palace was a temporary residence left behind by the great sage of the ancient demon race, the Golden Crow. Such a temporary residence was just a place for Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. Gu Fei brought everyone to the residence that Heavenly Emperor Violet's son prepared for them. This was a courtyard with pavilions and terraces, with bird song and fragrant flowers. It was a quiet and secluded place. Master, are you really going to that place? Iron Blood Taoist said worriedly. No one knew if Heavenly Emperor Ziyang wanted to use Gu Fei to open that place. Even Heavenly Venerables are interested in that place. I want to see what's so special about that place. Gu Fei said. There was no doubt that Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was an immortal sovereign. There were only 9 ancient heavenly sovereigns, and they were the 9 great disciples of the Supreme Tao Ancestor. This Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was probably one of the 9 disciples of the Supreme Tao Ancestor. To Heavenly the Arch Ziyang, only a supreme-level ruin could interest him. He didn't hesitate to spend more than a decade thinking of ways to enter that place. Get ready. We'll be leaving in 3 days. Gu Fei glanced at the crowd and said, Yes. Iron Blood Taoist and the others hurriedly nodded. On the 3rd day, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang personally came to invite Gu Fei to go out to sea with him. The reason he came back this time was because he received an urgent message from Elder Mu Xiu. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was very curious. Someone actually forced Elder Mu Xiu to send out a message for help. One should know that Elder Mu Xiu was an ancient saint. An ancient saint should be the strongest existence in this world. When Heavenly Emperor Ziyang saw Gu Fei, he knew that Elder Mu Xiu's defeat wasn't unjust. This Gu Fei was actually a sage monarch. Moreover, he wasn't an ordinary sage monarch. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang, Gu Fei, and the others boarded a divine ship in the sky. Then, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang steered the divine ship and left Soul Sovereign Sacred Mountain. The speed of the divine ship was extremely fast. The body of the ship was branded with countless immortal Tao patterns. It carried everyone, broke through the clouds, and flew away. Very soon, the divine ship carried everyone out of the Ziyang continent and into the boundless Divine Fallen Sea. The Divine Fallen Sea was called the Divine Fallen Sea because it was vast and boundless. Even immortals would lose their way after entering the Divine Fallen Sea and would never be able to find their way back. In the end, they would only be buried in the divine fallen sea. This was how the divine fallen sea got its name. The divine ship broke through the waves and soon left the Ziyang continent. After entering the divine fallen sea, the speed of the divine ship increased, leaving many islands behind. Gu Fei discovered that some of the islands in the divine fallen sea were very big and seemed to have powerful beings entrenched on them. However, when the divine ship passed by, the powerful beings entrenched on the islands all panicked, let alone attacking the divine ship. After sailing for a full 8 days without any accidents, the sea in front of them had become somewhat different. What's going on? Why do I feel like I've entered another world? On the divine ship, Iron Blood Taoist suddenly said. He was extremely shocked. The laws of heaven and earth in this sea seemed to be somewhat different. Moreover, what truly shocked him was that his cultivation seemed to be showing signs of breaking through the seal on his body. At that moment, a cold snort was heard from the bow of the divine ship. Then, an extremely powerful saint aura suddenly erupted. Someone had undone the seal on his body. Mushio, what are you doing? Sky Emperor Ziyang's voice was heard. I've recovered my cultivation of the saint level. I fear no one. Mushio's voice was filled with murderous intent. The powerful saint aura caused the entire divine ship to shake. He was about to attack Gu Fei and the others on the ship. At that moment, Gu Fei's body emitted a boundless aura that enveloped the 12 bandits, the black dragon, and the others, isolating the saint aura from the bow of the ship. Sky Emperor Ziyang, you're too unkind. At that moment, how could Gu Fei and the others not know what was going on? The Iron Blood Taoist didn't think too much and also undid the seal on his body. A saint aura no weaker than Mushio's erupted from his body. The two saint auras clashed, causing the entire heaven and earth to tremble. From time to time, pitch-black spatial cracks would appear in the void like black lightning, flashing and disappearing. Mushio, are you trying to betray me? On the bow of the ship, Sky Emperor Ziyang's dignified voice continued. 9 immortal Tao patterns circled around him, and the aura of an immortal lord was vast and mighty. Sky Emperor Ziyang's immortal aura directly suppressed the saint aura emitted from Mushio's body. This was the difference between them. An immortal lord was a supreme existence second only to a Ranhuang. Sky Emperor, why are you doing this? With your cultivation, why are you joining forces with these people? Mushio half knelt at the feet of Sky Emperor Ziyang, trembling all over. The immortal lord's aura was too powerful, causing his spiritual soul to tremble. It was as if an ancient divine mountain was pressing down on him, making him unable to straighten his back. Internal strife. Gu Fei had been watching the scene on the bow of the ship with cold eyes. A phantom of an ancient cauldron appeared in the void around him, isolating the immortal lord's aura. Although an immortal lord was powerful, second only to a Ranhuang, he was still not a Ranhuang, nor was he a supreme. Gu Fei had the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself, so he could ignore the supreme aura of an immortal lord. Of course, this Sky Emperor Ziyang wasn't an ordinary immortal lord. He was a primordial immortal lord, one of the 9 original immortal lords under the supreme Tao ancestor. This kind of aura was something ordinary immortal lords didn't have. One should know that the supreme immortal Tao was a supreme law created by the supreme Tao ancestor. The 9 great disciples of the supreme Tao ancestor were the first batch of successors who had cultivated to the immortal supremacy realm after the supreme Tao ancestor. Therefore, the primordial immortal supremacy referred to the 9 great disciples of the supreme Tao ancestor. How I do things is none of your business. Tao runes interweaved in Sky Emperor Ziyang's eyes. His entire body emitted a dazzling immortal light like a sun, making it hard for others to look straight at him. At this time, Mushio, who was half kneeling in front of Sky Emperor Ziyang, had a trace of blood seeping out of his mouth. The power of an immortal lord wasn't something ordinary people could imagine, especially a primordial immortal lord. Just his aura alone was enough to make an ancient saint vomit blood. Sky Emperor, that person has the mountain and river cauldron. If we can take it, Elder Mushio stared at the supreme aura of the primordial immortal lord and spoke through gritted teeth. Shut up, you disappoint me too much. Scram. Seeing that you've followed me for so many years, I won't kill you. Scram. Sky Emperor Ziyang waved his right sleeve. An immortal light immediately wrapped around Mu Xiu and swept him away from the bow of the ship, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The Taoist of Iron Blood and the 12 bandits were shaken by this scene. Celestial Arch Ziyang was truly too powerful. With a wave of his hand, he sent an ancient saint flying away, disappearing without a trace. I've embarrassed myself in front of Dao Friend. Sky Emperor Ziyang retracted his immortal aura and smiled at Gu Fei. That person was born with a rebellious nature. Only Dao Friend can subdue someone like him. Gu Fei looked at Sky Emperor Ziyang and said indifferently, 9 heavens, 10 earths, mountain, and river cauldron. When Sky Emperor Ziyang saw the faint silhouette of the ancient cauldron in the void around Gu Fei, his eyes flashed with a bright light. Then, he walked into the cabin. After the incident with Mu Xiu, Gu Fei's group became even more cautious. They didn't know where they entered, but in this place, they could actually undo the seal. The power of heaven's wrath didn't descend. Something was affecting this part of the world, blocking the power of heaven's wrath outside, making it difficult for it to descend. The divine ship sailed for another day. On the afternoon of the 10th day, Gu Fei and the others entered a strange place. They saw many divine mountains floating in the sky. Some of the divine mountains had shattered, but the countless fragments of the divine mountains were still floating in the sky. As they ventured deeper, Gu Fei's group even saw many skeletons floating in the void. In some places, chaotic energy surged. The void had been pierced, but it was difficult to repair it. This is a remnant of the ancient calamity, an ancient battlefield. Sky Emperor Ziyang walked out of the cabin and came to the bow of the ship. He then said to Gu Fei's group, "What?" Chapter 23:38. The place that Gu Fei and the others entered was actually an ancient battlefield left behind after the great calamity of the ancient age. This shocked everyone to the extreme. The divine ship continued to sail forward and had no intention of stopping. No one knew that there was such a great secret in the deepest part of the God-fallen sea. If news of this were to spread, the entire ancient soaring dragon star would be in an uproar. This was too unbelievable. In the ancient battlefield, dilapidated buildings could be seen floating in the void everywhere. Some skeletons could also be seen floating in the void. There wasn't just one type of saint-level law here. Instead, countless saint-level laws were entangled together, forming a unique world. Rumble. The void between heaven and earth was shaking. There was actually a huge chaotic hole with a radius of 10,000 miles in front of them. There was a supreme Tao law in it. Even after countless years, this Tao law still existed. It was preventing the restoration of the void, making it difficult for this chaotic hole to be repaired. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. The ancient war was really too tragic. It seemed like there was a supreme figure taking action. That is, looking at the huge chaotic hole in front of them carefully, there was a vast chaotic chi in it. An indestructible Tao law condensed and didn't dissipate. There was a huge figure floating in the chaotic hole. A demon dragon. Iron Blood Taoist exclaimed. The huge figure floating in the chaotic hole was actually a demon dragon that was thousands of miles long. Its body was like a winding mountain ridge. There was no aura of life on the demon dragon. It was a demon dragon that had died countless years ago. However, its body was immortal. Even the chaotic chi couldn't erase it. That dragon slayer was definitely incredible. He actually killed an incomparably powerful demon dragon. The divine ship went around the chaotic hole in front of them. At this time, they began to approach the central region of the ancient battlefield. The aura of demonic nature and divinity was vast. There were human-shaped demonic creatures floating in the void. They were all ice-cold corpses. There were also immortals wearing immortal robes and armor that were killed in the void. Their immortal robes and armor were dyed red with divine blood. The blood stains were still bright and eye-catching. It seemed like the blood hadn't dried yet. Be careful. We are about to enter a dangerous area, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang reminded. In fact, this ancient battlefield was filled with dangers everywhere. However, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang had clearly found a safe path, which was why they were able to arrive at the periphery of the ancient battlefield's central region unscathed. However, if they continued to go deeper, even Heavenly Emperor Ziyang wasn't confident. Roar. A terrifying demonic roar suddenly sounded. Just as the divine ship passed by a region filled with demonic qi, the endless demonic qi started to boil. It actually condensed into a huge demonic shadow that roared at the sky. This, Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. The demonic might coming from the demonic figure was very powerful. It was like a terrifying and powerful devil sovereign had descended into this world, causing the entire world to tremble. There's no need to pay attention to it. This is just the demon's undying killing intent that hasn't dissipated even after thousands of years. It won't be able to affect us much. On the bow of the ship, Heavenly the Arch-Ziyang still had a calm look. He seemed to have known that such a thing would happen and did not pay attention to that fiendish shadow. Too scary. Zhuge and the other 12 bandits didn't have Heavenly the Arch-Ziyang's willpower. Their faces were all pale and their souls were shaking. Although this demonic figure didn't attack them, they couldn't withstand the overwhelming demonic aura that emanated from this demonic figure. Swoosh. Seeing this, Gu Fei directly opened up his inner world and kept the 12 bandits inside. To think that you actually opened up a world of your own. Seeing that Gu Fei opened up his inner world, Heavenly the Arch-Ziyang had a look of surprise on his face. He could sense that this world of Gu Fei's was filled with vitality. It was actually a divine land. Rumble. Just as the divine ship left that demonic land, a thunderous sound came from the front. A divine light of the immortal Tao rushed over from afar like a Milky Way and entered that demonic land. Kill. Endless battle cries suddenly rang in Gu Fei's ears. Above the Milky Way, there were countless immortals charging over with immortal weapons and divine artifacts. Their murderous intent was shocking. This is, above the Milky Way, countless immortal soldiers and divine generals charged over, following the Milky Way formed by the divine light of the immortal Tao and slaughtering their way into that demonic land. Roar. At the moment when those celestial soldiers and divine generals slaughtered their way into the demonic land, countless demonic howls rang out. Demonic shadows materialized one after another and met the immortal soldiers and divine generals head-on. The battle that erupted was incomparably real. Gu Fei and the others could even see the blood of the immortals and divine gods raining down from the sky and staining the ground black. This scene caused them to be incomparably shocked. This was the reenactment of that battle in the past. Countless fiend gods were slaughtering each other, and countless fiend gods were falling. Even though they had died countless years ago, and their corpses had already turned into dust, that undying killing intent still remained. The divine ship left, but Gu Fei and the others still couldn't come back to their senses. Clang. At this moment, the sound of metal clanging suddenly rang out like a morning bell, waking Gu Fei and the iron-blood Taoist up from their stupor. What's that? 100 miles to the right of the divine ship, a ray of divine light and demonic light were clashing. Every time they clashed, there would be a sound that could pierce through metal and stone. Even Gu Fei and the iron-blood Taoist felt their ears buzzing. An extremely powerful demonic and divine aura swept over, causing Gu Fei's cauldron of mountain and river to feel the impact of the two auras. The cauldron's soul actually showed signs of awakening. Not a real supreme divine weapon, Gu Fei could already tell that the two were divine and demonic weapons formed from the immortal will of battle. Evidently, there had once been a great battle between supremes here. Rumble. In the end, the divine and demonic weapons dissipated at the same time. The world shattered and billions of lives perished. The scene of destruction shocked Gu Fei to the core. Could all this have been caused by a supreme-level existence? Although it was an illusion and didn't really exist, Gu Fei knew that this was what really happened in the primordial age. It was a microcosm of the great calamity. At this time, the divine ship had already left this area and kept moving forward. Along the way, Gu Fei saw many illusions. Too many people died in the great calamity back then. Some supremes also perished, but their unyielding will to battle was still undying. We're here. At the bow of the ship, Celestial the Arch-Ziyang suddenly said. Gu Fei and the iron-blood Taoist quickly looked forward and saw an island floating hundreds of miles away. The island was verdant and full of life. Chapter 23:39. The divine ship stopped next to the floating island. Then, Gu Fei and the Ironblood Taoist left the ship under celestial monarch Zi Yang's lead. The spirit energy here is so abundant, the Ironblood Taoist exclaimed. Along the way, all they saw was dead silence. There was no sign of life at all. It was as if the ancient battlefield had lost all signs of life. However, their destination was an oasis in the middle of the dead ancient battlefield. It was truly unbelievable. Taoist Ziyang, you're finally back. Not long after Gu Fei and the others stepped onto the divine island, a voice rang out. Two people were currently walking towards them from the front. One of them was a tall and thin old man with grizzled hair, while the other was a jade-like child who was around 6 or 7 years old. These two are. When the child saw that Heavenly Emperor Ziyang actually brought back two strangers, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Haha, let me introduce. These two are Gu Fei and the Ironblood Taoist. They're friends I invited. These two are the masters of the other two continents, the unaging demon child and the southern heaven supremacy. Celestial monarch Ziyang introduced. The masters of the other two continents. Gu Fei and the Ironblood Taoist were startled to hear that. These two actually had such a background? To be able to speak as equals with Celestial the Arch Ziyang, they had to be two super antiques as well. A sacred ruler and a saint. At this moment, the unaging demon child and the southern heaven supremacy saw through Gu Fei and the Ironblood Taoist. They were confused as to why Celestial Monarch Ziyang would bring people who weren't even immortal sovereigns here. In their eyes, Gu Fei and the Ironblood Taoist were too weak. In a place like this, they could easily kill a bunch of them. Gu Fei naturally saw the disdain in the other party's eyes, but he didn't say anything. Brother Gu is the successor of the martial progenitor, while Taoist Ironblood has obtained the inheritance of the undying phoenix. Celestial Monarch Ziyang said, the successor of the martial progenitor. The unaging demon child and the South Heaven hierarch were astounded. They clearly knew how terrifying the martial progenitor's lineage was. Although the martial progenitor's lineage did not have many members in the ancient era, every single one of them was a ruthless character. In ancient times, martial artists were synonymous with power. Didn't the heritage of the martial progenitor disappear a long time ago? How? The hierarch of South Heaven inspected Gu Fei from top to bottom, completely ignoring the Ironblood Taoist. His eyes flickered as if the sun, moon, and stars were floating in his eyes. The unaging demon child was also sizing up Gu Fei. Demon runes were faintly discernible in the demon child's eyes, as if it wanted to see through Gu Fei from head to toe. A martial Saint King? The undying demon child looked at Gu Fei and said, interesting, it really is the martial Saint King. The South Heaven supremacy said with a smile. The martial arts of the martial progenitor's lineage were extremely difficult to cultivate. It was impossible to achieve the greater success stage without great determination. Although the path of martial arts was not easy to cultivate, once it was done, the cultivator would be undefeatable among the same level, and be able to compete against godly beasts of the same level. Even the flesh of a godly beast was not comparable to a martial body. Please, the undying demon child said and led the way with the South Heaven supremacy, bringing Gu Fei and the others through a forest and into a valley. There were quite a number of pavilions in the valley. The group sat down in one of them. This godly island is huge. We can only occupy a small part of it. The South Heaven supremacy explained the current situation of the island to Gu Fei. It turned out that they were not the only ones on the island. There were other powerful living beings in other places on the island. These living beings were extremely powerful. Even Heavenly Monarch Ziyang and the others were not willing to provoke them. Aren't you curious why this place is filled with qi when the other places have lost their vitality? The undying demon child said. It's because there's an immortal palace at the center of the island. The qi on the island is all coming from the immortal palace. So that's how it is. Gu Fei was astounded hearing this. The reason why the island was filled with vitality was because of the mysterious immortal palace at the center of the island. I suspect it's a supreme palace left behind by a nine-heaven supremacy, Heavenly Monarch Ziyang said. For the past 10 years, Heavenly Monarch Ziyang, the undying demon child, and the South Heaven supremacy had worked together to break through the formation of the palace and enter it. However, even with the three martial highnesses working together, they were still struggling to break through the defensive formation of the palace. Their efforts over the past 10 years were in vain. At that moment, the undying demon child and the South Heaven supremacy realized that the martial sacred king was carrying the mountain and river cauldron, the most mysterious nine-heaven supremacy weapon since ancient times. Only then did they realize that Heavenly Monarch Ziyang had brought them to the island because he wanted to borrow the mountain and river cauldron to break the seal of the immortal palace. The mountain and river cauldron contained primordial chaos chi. The primordial chaos chi was the ancestral chi of the world. It could dissolve all the chi in the world and break all kinds of seals. Even the seals set up by a nine-heaven supremacy could be destroyed by it. The undying demon child and the South Heaven supremacy were extremely excited. They impatiently brought Gu Fei and the Ironblood Taoist to the center of the island. That's on a mountain close to the immortal palace. Gu Fei and the Ironblood Taoist saw the palace. It was a blurry palace, as if it was an illusion without a physical body. However, the undying demon child and the others knew that the illusory immortal palace was not an illusion. As soon as they arrived at the mountain, a few powerful figures appeared in the nearby mountains. Some unknown beings were spying on Gu Fei's group. Let's go back. Half an hour later, Gu Fei's group returned to the place where Heavenly Monarch Ziyang and the others were staying. Heavenly Monarch Ziyang and the Ironblood Taoist had set up a sumptuous banquet in a pavilion to receive Gu Fei and the Ironblood Taoist. It's an ultimate void formation, hiding the immortal palace in the void. That's why the immortal palace looks so illusory, like an illusion, Gu Fei said. He knew that a void formation like this wouldn't be easy to break. Moreover, it was most likely the work of a nine-heaven supremacy. Haha, it seems like Taoist Gu is quite knowledgeable in the art of formations. The undying demon child said with a smile. Can this formation be broken? The South Heaven supremacy looked at Gu Fei and asked. This was the question that everyone was concerned about. Apart from the South Heaven supremacy, even the Ironblood Taoist looked at Gu Fei, waiting for him to continue. Yes. Chapter 2340. The center of the sacred island of life was a forbidden area. An ethereal immortal palace could be vaguely seen in the forbidden area, which was why Heavenly Monarch Ziyang and the others called it the ethereal immortal palace. The ethereal immortal palace was a palace that truly existed. It was not an illusion. However, the palace was enveloped by a void formation. If the void formation was not broken, it would be impossible to get close to the immortal palace. There was only one way to enter the immortal palace, and that was to break the formation. On a mountain outside the void formation, Gu Fei was carefully observing the formation in front of him. Although his formation mastery was not as good as He Tian's, he could still see the general trend of the world in front of him. An expert proficient in void formation runes had laid down the formation. It might even be the work of a supremacy. Gu Fei was shocked. Heavenly Monarch Ziyang, the unaging demon child, and the others had already left. They did not want to disturb Gu Fei. They had placed all their hopes on Gu Fei alone. Heavenly Monarch South Heaven was a divine Tao supremacy. He was extremely powerful and was the ruler of the falling star continent, one of the three continents in the ocean. He controlled the lives and deaths of billions of living beings in the falling star continent. As for the fellow who looked like a 5-year-old or 6-year-old child, he was an ancient demon. Even in ancient times, this ancient demon had a great background. The unaging demon child was the ruler of the Clear Moon continent. His demonic cultivation was enough to go against Heavenly Monarch Ziyang and Heavenly Monarch South Heaven. He was a super antique that had lived since the ancient times. At this time, only the Ironblood Taoist was beside Gu Fei. Taoist Ziyang, the two people you brought can really break the formation, Heavenly Monarch South Heaven said to Heavenly Monarch Ziyang in a pavilion in the valley. The cultivation of Gu Fei and the Ironblood Taoist was nothing in his eyes. So what if Gu Fei was the successor of the martial progenitor? He was a supremacy. He could even kill a great sage with a slap, let alone a mere sacred ruler. The mountain and river cauldron is with that person. Perhaps he really has some confidence in breaking the formation. The childlike, unaging demon child said, "Humph, if we had the mountain and river cauldron, we would have long broken the formation and entered the immortal palace." Heavenly Monarch South Heaven said, "Humph, what do you want then? Are you trying to steal the mountain and river cauldron?" Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang's eyes flickered as he glanced at Supremacy South Heaven. "Why not?" Heavenly Monarch South Heaven said coldly. The unaging demon child couldn't help but smile after hearing this. He didn't say anything else and stood up. "I still have something to do, so I'll be leaving first." With that, the unold demonic child walked out of the pavilion and quickly left. "Don't say that I didn't warn you. It's not a good idea to have designs on him." Saint Ruler Supra, and said Monli said, "Could a mere Saint King really be able to defy the heavens?" Supremacy South Heaven murmured. The three venerables appeared to be united, but they were actually divided. They had joined forces for the sake of the immortal palace in the center of the island of life. However, they each had their own plans. "My lord, those three fellows aren't good people. Why should we help them break the formation?" Seeing that Gu Fei was constantly deducing the grand formation ahead, the Iron Blood Taoist couldn't help but say this. He didn't want to be used by those three. There is no need for that. As long as the mountain and river cauldron is in my hands, what can those people do to me? Gu Fei said calmly. How could he not know what those three old farts were planning? However, wasn't he also using those three old farts? "Master, you said that the immortal palace ahead is really the sovereign's legacy palace," asked the Iron Blood Taoist. He knew that Gu Fei also wanted to enter the seemingly illusory immortal palace, but the void formation was not as simple as it seemed. Otherwise, the three venerable ones would have entered the immortal palace long ago. It would not have been their turn. "I don't know. However, I'm certain that the person who was able to set up such a grand formation of the void is definitely above the exalted level," Gu Fei said after thinking for a while. "An existence even stronger than the venerable ones." The Iron Blood Taoist couldn't help but be astonished. It seemed that even if the immortal palace ahead wasn't the sovereign's legacy palace, it wasn't too far off. There might be many treasures inside. Gu Fei didn't say anything else. He carefully observed the grand formation ahead. With the heavenly eye, he could see the countless Tao runes hidden in the void. For several days, Gu Fei and the Iron Blood Taoist walked through the mountains. The former carefully deduced in order to find a breakthrough point to break the formation. Celestial the Archziyang and the others didn't appear during these days. At noon, Gu Fei and the Iron Blood Taoist arrived at a mountain ridge. As soon as they appeared outside the grand void formation, an earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out, causing the entire world to shake. Gu Fei and the Iron Blood Taoist were startled. At this moment, a fiendish aura so powerful that even the world paled came from the depths of the mountain ridge. A huge beast walked out from the depths of the mountain ridge. Black chi surged out, causing the entire world to darken as if night had suddenly descended. Demon! Gu Fei and the Iron Blood Taoist couldn't help being shocked by this scene. This savage beast was actually a magical beast, and it was an incomparably ferocious and gigantic magical beast. It was covered in black scales and had over a dozen bone spikes on its back. It looked like an earth-burrowing beast, but it was much larger. "Human, how dare you barge into my territory? Obediently die." A divine will rippled out from the ferocious demonic beast. A voice rang out in Gu Fei and the Iron Blood Taoist's minds. "I didn't think there would be demonic beasts here." Facing this demonic beast, Gu Fei wasn't nervous at all. He was still very calm. At this moment, a vast demonic aura enveloped the entire world. It was as if the day had suddenly turned into night. Within the demonic aura, demonic figures collided, as if there were countless demons howling. Rumble. At this moment, the mountain-like demonic beast had already reached out its right claw towards Gu Fei and the Iron Blood Taoist. The powerful force caused the void to tremble. Swoosh. Gu Fei and the iron-blood Taoist rushed to the side. Boom! With a loud noise, dust and rocks flew into the sky. The huge beast claw didn't hit Gu Fei and the iron-blood Taoist, but it destroyed the mountain they were originally on. "You're courting death." Gu Fei opened his mouth and spat out an ancient cauldron. Then, he circulated his Tao power and controlled the ancient cauldron to suppress the demonic beast. The powerful force froze the world. Chapter 23:41. A powerful and terrifying demonic beast suddenly appeared and attacked Gu Fei and the iron-blood Taoist. A terrifying demonic aura spread out, causing all living beings in the world to tremble. However, this demonic beast that was comparable to a Venerable was directly suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron. It was fixed in the void and could not even move its claws. Swoosh! At this moment, the iron-blood Taoist made his move. He held the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand and rushed up directly. He then activated the Phoenix Tribulation with all his might and fiercely bombarded the demonic beast's heart. 9 Phoenix Tao patterns rushed out from the Phoenix Tribulation, forming a powerful and terrifying destructive force that directly hit the demonic beast's body. In the next moment, cracks began to appear on the chest of the magical beast, as if cracks had appeared on an exquisite piece of porcelain. 1, 2. The cracks on the demonic beast's chest gradually increased. Soon, the cracks spread all over its body as if it could collapse at any time. What a strong body! The iron-blood Taoist was very clear about the power of his attack just now. Even a great sage would have to retreat when the 9 Phoenix Tao patterns on the Phoenix Tribulation were released. At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron pressed down from the sky. Bang! The demonic beast's body exploded and turned into a cloud of black blood mist, dissipating in the void. A demonic beast that was comparable to a Venerable was suppressed to death just like that. This, on a distant mountain, someone witnessed this scene and was extremely shocked. That person turned and left. At the moment when that person turned and left, Gu Fei seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned to look at the mountain. However, he saw nothing. "Master, what's wrong?" The iron-blood Taoist put away the Phoenix Tribulation and asked when he saw Gu Fei's strange expression. "Someone is spying on us," Gu Fei said with a solemn expression. That person's cultivation was definitely above him. He could actually spy on his every move in the dark. This was definitely not a good place. On the sacred island of life, other than the 3 Venerables, there were other incomparably powerful creatures that occupied other areas. Among these living beings, there were even existences that even heavenly the Arch-Ziyang and the others were unwilling to provoke. Once he successfully broke the formation, these living beings would definitely attack him. Gu Fei thought of many things. "Master, what should we do?" The iron-blood Taoist said. In this primordial battlefield, the cultivation of all living beings were not suppressed. With their cultivation, it was very dangerous to walk on the divine island. "All right, since we've killed this magical beast, let's settle down here first." Gu Fei pondered for a moment and said, "This mountain range should be the territory of the demonic beast that he had killed with the mountain river cauldron." They directly entered the depths of this mountain range and arrived in front of the demonic beast's nest. This is, while he was still at his original spot, Gu Fei smelled a sweet fragrance. When he got closer, he saw that there was a divine medicine that looked like a scarlet dragon growing beside the magical beast's nest. Scarlet dragon grass. The iron-blood Taoist couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the divine medicine. It really is the scarlet dragon grass. Gu Fei came in front of the divine medicine and said after studying it for a while. The scarlet dragon grass was a type of divine medicine formed from the blood essence of a true scarlet dragon. It contained the essence of a true dragon. If a snake or a serpent ate this divine medicine, they would have a chance to transform into a dragon. Snakes and serpents cultivated their entire lives for the sake of transforming into a dragon. With the scarlet dragon grass, they would have a chance to soar into the sky and transform into a true dragon. Of course, some snakes and serpents didn't need the help of the scarlet dragon grass to transform into a true dragon. However, these snakes and serpents were extremely rare. The red dragon can break through to the sage level. the Iron Blood Taoist said. The scarlet dragon grass appeared at the right time, as if it was prepared for the red dragon. With this scarlet dragon grass, the red dragon's chances of successfully passing the tribulation would be higher. Without hesitation, Gu Fei plucked the scarlet dragon grass, opened his inner world, and walked in. The red dragon was Gu Fei's disciple. However, the red dragon's path was different from Gu Fei's. Gu Fei didn't have much to teach the red dragon. All he could do was provide the red dragon with the necessary cultivation resources. At this moment, the red dragon was still in seclusion. Without alerting anyone, he came to the place where the red dragon was cultivating. He left the scarlet dragon grass and left the inner world. Among the 3 disciples of Gu Fei, only Gu Zhong succeeded in becoming a saint. The red dragon was still lacking, and his cultivation base had yet to reach the great circle of quasi-saint. With the help of the scarlet dragon grass, the red dragon should be able to break through to the saint realm. As for Yao Yu, her cultivation base was far from enough to break through to the saint realm in a short period of time because she had only cultivated for a short period of time. The primordial battlefield was equivalent to another chaotic world. Here, the power of heaven's wrath couldn't descend, and one could break through to the saint realm. It was hard to imagine that there was such a place in the ancestral dragon star. If the super forces of the Tang Long continent knew about the existence of such a place, the entire ancestral dragon star would be in an uproar. Subsequently, Gu Fei and the Iron Blood Taoist entered the nest of the demonic beast. Then, Gu Fei took out the mountain and river cauldron and stood above the nest, isolating all auras. No one could sense what was going on in the nest. After Gu Fei was done, he opened his inner world. A person that looked exactly like Gu Fei walked out of his inner world. The Tao body of an immortal lord. The Iron Blood Taoist couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the person that looked exactly like Gu Fei. This was the Tao body of the immortal lord that Gu Fei killed in the ancestral court of the Middle Continent. The immortal lord's Tao body was taken over by Gu Fei's primordial spirit and Tao embryo and became his second life. I still have the immortal war slave avatar. Those people think that I'm dead for sure. Gu Fei mumbled to himself. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang definitely didn't have good intentions in bringing him here, but Gu Fei was fearless. His trump card was not something that Heavenly Emperor Ziyang could imagine. Just this immortal lord's Tao body alone was enough to deal with Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and the others. With the addition of the human Emperor Divine Jian from the Middle Continent Immortal Abode, Jian Wushuang was fearless even if Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was a primordial immortal lord who was stronger than ordinary immortal lords. Looks like I've been worrying for nothing. The Iron Blood Taoist smiled bitterly and shook his head. All right, let's wait here for news. Let the Tao body try to break the formation and lure those with bad intentions out. Gu Fei said with a murderous aura. He wanted to set up a trap for those who were spying on him. Divine venerables, demon venerables, as long as they provoked him, he would kill them all. Chapter 2342. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Heavenly Monarch Ziyang naturally had his reasons for bringing Gu Fei and the others to this vast ancient battlefield. Heavenly Monarch Ziyang wanted to open the immortal palace that had been sealed for countless years, but he had no way of breaking the formation. Meanwhile, Ultimate God South Heaven and the unaging demon child also wanted to enter the immortal palace to obtain a legendary item. The 3 supremacies in the divine ocean came together with their own goals. Gu Fei did not want to be used by these people. He knew very well that if he was no longer of any value, these people would not hesitate to kill him and snatch the mountain and river cauldron. This was the cruel reality of the cultivation world. Gu Fei used the mountain and river cauldron to kill a powerful demonic beast that could compete with a supremacy. He knew that Heavenly Monarch Ziyang and the others must be watching his every move. He was declaring to them that he had the ability to kill a supremacy. Looks like I've underestimated those 2. In a courtyard of Ultimate God South Heaven in the Valley of 3 Supremacies, he stood under a tree and looked up into the sky. He was glad that he did not make a move. Otherwise, he would have been in deep trouble. Ziyang really has foresight. Ultimate God South Heaven had to admit that Heavenly Monarch Ziyang was really good at judging people. This Gu Fei actually had the combat strength to kill a supremacy. He He was really hiding his strength. However, I must get the mountain and river cauldron. Ultimate God South Heaven's gaze sharpened. For the next few days, Gu Fei's immortal sovereign Dao body appeared in the mountains. He carefully hid his strength so that Heavenly Monarch Ziyang and the others could not see any flaws. However, Gu Fei still underestimated Heavenly Monarch Ziyang and the others. These people were super antiques that had lived for countless years. They had encountered all sorts of things. When Gu Fei's immortal sovereign Dao body entered their sight, they could already tell that Gu Fei's aura had changed greatly. It was actually emitting an immortal aura. A martial artist who had become a martial saint would definitely disdain cultivating an immortal Dao cultivation method. Gu Fei was the successor of the martial progenitor. This was an undeniable fact. Although Heavenly the Archziyang didn't understand why the aura on Gu Fei's body changed, they knew that this Gu Fei might not be so easy to deal with. What is he doing? Although Heavenly the Archziyang wanted to know very much, he wasn't an impulsive person. On the contrary, his shrewdness was the deepest among the three great venerables. How dare you play tricks in front of us? You're simply courting death. The South Heaven Divine being said coldly. However, he was very patient too. He did not attack Gu Fei, allowing him to analyze the rift formation. As for the unaging demon child's thoughts, no one could guess it. This old demon that looked like a 5- or 6-year-old child seemed harmless, but no one dared to underestimate him. Half a month had passed, but Gu Fei's true body had yet to make a move. He had been hiding in the demonic beast's nest with the Ironblood Taoist without taking a single step out. His celestial prime Taoist body frequently appeared in the mountains outside the Grand Void Formation, and sometimes even entered the territories of other powerful creatures. These beings possessed terrifying battle prowess that could contend against venerables. However, they seemed to know what Gu Fei's immortal sovereign body was doing, so they did not interfere. These beings on the sacred island of life had been waiting here for countless years just to enter the illusory immortal palace. However, no one had been able to enter the immortal palace after so many years. Sometimes, these powerful beings would even team up with the human race in an attempt to break through the rift formation and enter the immortal palace. Boom! One night, a loud explosion came from the mountains. The entire heaven and earth shook as rays of divine light shot into the sky like rainbows, illuminating the entire place. What's going on? Almost at the same time, all the powerful beings on the sacred island of life sensed a powerful ripple coming from the central region of the island. Is someone trying to break through the void formation? Hierarch South Heaven was the first to rush out from the Valley of Three Supremes. He arrived above the valley and looked in the direction where the divine light shot into the sky with a mixture of surprise and joy. Those two little fellows have finally made their move. A childish voice came from the unaging demon child's residence. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang, who was sitting on a cushion, opened his eyes abruptly. There were vague, interweaving runes in his eyes. He did not move, nor did he plan to stand up. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang then closed his eyes again, as if these things had nothing to do with him. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook as a giant whirlpool appeared in the night sky. A heaven-devouring force surged out from the whirlpool, devouring essences from all directions. Swoosh! Powerful beings flew across the sky towards the place where the whirlpool had appeared, wanting to see what was happening there. They really opened up a passage. A black devil ape appeared high up in the sky next to the vortex. This was not a vortex at all. It was clearly a void passageway, a spatial passageway that connected directly to the Grand Void Formation, drawing on the essence chi from all directions to forcefully break open the Void Grand Matrix. Such a move was absolutely shocking. Outside the Great Void Grand Matrix, it was densely packed with profound and unfathomable runes. These runes intertwined to form a formation diagram, and it actually emitted a supreme aura and fluctuation. A corner of the supreme formation, huh? An old silver wolf appeared and said these words. Where's the kid from the human race? Has he already entered the immortal palace? A divine bird flew over from afar. Its enormous body covered the entire sky, and its two wings were like clouds that covered the sky. As it flapped, it gave rise to gusts of extremely powerful astral winds. Below the divine bird, sand and pebbles were blown into the sky. Even trees were blown into the sky. Powerful cultivators continued to arrive. In the end, even the figure of the South Heaven divine god appeared nearby. Everyone was watching. No one was the first to enter the passage. After all, no one could be sure that the immortal palace was at the end of the passage. In the end, a wolf howl resounded. Immediately after, a dozen silver wolves rushed out from the mountain ridge and entered the spatial tunnel. Soon, the old wolf rushed into the spatial passage and disappeared inside. No one hesitated after seeing this. They all rushed into the passage. Some of the beings even started fighting each other. It almost turned into a chaotic battle. Phew! The divine bird flapped its wings, sweeping up piercingly cold astral winds that blew away the two beings in front of it. Chapter 23:43. Every living being on the sacred island of life was extremely excited when the passage to the immortal palace appeared. They immediately rushed toward the passage. Bang! A great battle broke out. A demonic ape fought against a single-horned creature. The powerful energy ripples of the martial highness realm shook the entire sacred island of life. In the end, the demonic ape twisted the single-horned creature's head off and carved out a path of blood before entering the passage. Powerful living beings kept entering the passage. Meanwhile, even Hierarch South Heaven had arrived from afar. He forced back a living being that was blocking his path and entered the passage. As soon as Hierarch South Heaven entered the passage, the entire passage began to tremble. Countless runes were intertwining with one another. The passage was showing signs of collapsing. What's going on? The living beings that had yet to enter the passage were astounded. If the passage disappeared, wouldn't that mean that the people that entered it would be trapped to death inside? At the top of a mountain in the distance, Gu Fei's celestial lord Dao Body turned around and left. Over the past half a month, Gu Fei's immortal supremacy Dao Body had finally found the life gate and death gate of the Grand Void Formation after careful deduction. The life gate was the actual entrance to the immortal palace, while the death gate was in charge of life and death. Those that entered the immortal palace through the death gate would most likely die. Gu Fei's immortal supremacy Dao Body did not open the life gate, but the death gate of the Grand Void Formation. Now that Hierarch South Heaven and the others had entered the death gate, it would not be easy for them to come out. No one knew what was inside the death gate of the Grand Void Formation. In the end, the spatial passageway collapsed. This left the powerful creatures that gathered here stupefied, shocked to the extreme. Roar! Indistinct roars could be heard from the Void Grand Array. The powerful creatures that had entered the space channel were trapped inside the Void Grand Array. The Grand Void Formation did not contain any killing intent. The person that constructed the formation only wanted to preserve the immortal palace. Even though Hierarch South Heaven had entered the death gate of the Grand Void Formation, he would not die. What's going on? Supremacy South Heaven let out a furious roar. He realized that he had not entered the immortal palace, but had lost his way in the Rift Formation. Preposterous! Those two little fellows dared to trick me. The South Heaven Supremacy was enraged. Needless to say, this was all Gu Fei's doing. At this moment, on the top of a mountain outside the Void Formation, a pink child smiled, then turned around and left, quickly disappearing under the moonlight. A few powerful existences that weren't from the human race also retreated. This was a trap, and it seemed like someone had purposely set it up to trick them. Fellow Taoist Gu, a friend has come to visit. Can we go in for a chat? That tender little boy appeared outside Gu Fei's secluded cultivation place and transmitted his voice inside. This little boy was none other than the unold demon child. If you want to come in, then come in. I didn't stop you. Gu Fei's voice came from inside. Haha, the unold demon child walked in with a smile. An hour later, the unold demon child left Gu Fei's place and returned to the Valley of Three Supremes. No one knew what Gu Fei and the unold demon child talked about, not even the Iron Blood Taoist. However, he could roughly guess that the things they talked about were related to the ethereal immortal palace. After the unold demon child left, Heavenly Emperor Zi Yang's figure appeared outside Gu Fei's secluded cultivation place. An hour later, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang walked out from inside. Gu Fei did not come out to send him off. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang then left. Master, why do we still care about these people? The iron-blood Taoist walked in from outside and asked in confusion. Although we can't trust these people, we shouldn't offend them either. Gu Fei said. He already knew where the life gate was, which was the key to breaking through the void formation. Only by entering through the life gate would he have some confidence in breaking through. Of course, Gu Fei would never tell Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and the others about this. Collect the divine materials and open the formation again. The unold demon child returned to the Valley of Three Supremes. He recalled his conversation with Gu Fei and knew that Gu Fei wanted to open the void formation again, but Gu Fei had exhausted all of the divine materials. According to Gu Fei, the reason why Supremacy South Heaven and the others were trapped in the void formation was due to the lack of divine materials. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and the unold demon child were also skeptical of Gu Fei's words. However, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and the unaging demon child started to collect divine materials, and they were collecting them in large quantities. It was better to believe that they existed than not. While Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and the unold demon child were collecting the divine materials, Gu Fei was also preparing to open the life gate of the void formation. Of course, opening the life gate was not a trivial matter. In the following days, many living beings came to find Gu Fei, but Gu Fei did not receive them. The living beings did not dare to act presumptuously in front of Gu Fei either. The aura emitted by the giant cauldron hovering in the sky made everyone's heart palpitate. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Another 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the early morning of this day, Gu Fei's immortal Venerable Tao body appeared at the place where the life gate of the Void Grand Formation was located. His immortal Venerable Tao body immediately set up a formation. Then, a spatial passageway appeared silently, leading to the depths of the Void Grand Formation. This time, there was no shocking divine rainbow, and there was no shocking energy wave. How dare you lie to us? As Gu Fei's immortal sovereign Tao body opened up the spatial passage to the void formation, a figure walked over from afar. It's you. Gu Fei's celestial sovereign was shocked to see that the person who came was actually celestial sovereign Ziyang. It turned out that this fellow had been hiding nearby and only appeared when he succeeded. Not just him, me too. A voice rang out. Gu Fei's immortal sovereign Tao body turned around and saw a young boy coming out from behind a boulder in the distance. It seems like the two of you have been working together to deal with me. Gu Fei's immortal sovereign Tao body quickly calmed down and looked at Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. We must always be vigilant. We're not idiots like South Sky to think that we would be tricked by you. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang said coldly. What do you want? Could it be that you want to kill me? Chapter 23:44. Gu Fei's immortal sovereign body opened the void passage again. This time, he opened the passage at the life gate of the void formation. However, just as he successfully opened the passage to the depths of the void formation, Heavenly Monarch Ziyang and the unaging demon child suddenly appeared. Without hesitation, Gu Fei's immortal sovereign body entered the passage leading to the depths of the void formation and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Trying to escape? Heavenly Monarch Ziyang and the unaging demon child hurriedly rushed into the passage. As soon as the two supremacies entered the passage, the entire passage closed and the exit was sealed. This shocked the two supremacies. What's going on? Heavenly Monarch Ziyang and the unaging demon child exchanged glances with each other in shock. They vaguely felt that they had missed something, which made them feel uneasy. At that moment, the passage collapsed behind them, forcing them to rush forward. They did not want to be trapped in the void formation like the Southern Heaven Supremacy. It was worth noting that even venerable ones would find it extremely difficult to get out of the big void formation once they were trapped inside. I finally tricked those two. After Heavenly Monarch Ziyang and the unaging demon child entered the passage, two figures appeared on a nearby mountain. They were Gu Fei and the Iron Blood Taoist. On the sacred island of life, Gu Fei was only wary of Heavenly Monarch Ziyang and the unaging demon child. As for other living beings, He had never seen anyone stronger than the two supremacies. Moreover, he had the extreme Tao Saint tool, the mountain river cauldron, which made him fearless. Master, what should we do next? The iron-blood Taoist was full of admiration for Gu Fei. He had only set up a simple trap, yet he had tricked the three supremacies. One should know that they were three supremacies. An exalt realm existence was definitely an overlord even in the primordial world of ancient times. All we have to do now is wait, Gu Fei said. If he really wanted to break the array, he could just throw the mountain and river cauldron into the void array. There was no need for him to do so much. The mountain river cauldron could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It could also suppress the void. The void grand array used the endless mysteries of the void to create a boundless world. Although the grand void array was not dangerous, the endless void created by the array did not contain any spiritual energy for cultivators to absorb and refine. In other words, after a cultivator charged into the void grand array, the cultivator's essence chi would gradually be consumed. Without any replenishment from the outside world, the cultivator would eventually die of exhaustion. Gu Fei wanted to wait. It was very simple. He wanted to wait until the yuan qi of the people he had trapped into the void array was almost exhausted. Only then would he take action to crack the array. Let's go. Let's go back and cultivate properly. Let those guys have their fun inside first. Gu Fei turned around and left. The iron-blood Taoist glanced at the void grand array before turning to catch up with Gu Fei. They left together and returned to where they were staying. Of course, Gu Fei did not forget about the Valley of Three Supremes. He opened up his inner world and released his indestructible war slave. Then, he brought the iron-blood Taoist with him to ransack Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and the other two Venerable Lords' lair on the sacred island of life. However, the result was disappointing to Gu Fei. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and the others did not leave anything valuable behind, but the scenery of the Valley of Three Supremes was not bad at all. In the end, Gu Fei moved into the Valley of Three Supremes and stayed there. Outside the Valley of Three Supremes was a formation set up by the three Venerable Lords. Other living beings on the sacred island of life could not enter at all. Gu Fei opened up his inner world without worry and released the 12 bandits and others. The sacred island of life was rich with spiritual qi, especially in the Valley of Three Supremes. The spirit-gathering formation set up by the three Venerable Lords had gathered all the spiritual qi within a radius of 10,000 miles into the valley. Cultivating in the valley would definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. Gu Fei was not in a hurry because the sacred island of life was located in an ancient battlefield in a place on the soaring dragon ancestral star that could not be reached by the power of heaven's wrath. This place was similar to the chaotic world. Although this was an ancient battlefield, it was also a place in the human world where one could become a sage. Becoming a sage was a lifelong goal for every cultivator. However, most people would die before they could reach this goal. Throughout the ages, there were many people who had reached the qualification to become a sage in every era. However, the human world could not produce a sage. Therefore, these people chose to endure it. This was also the reason why so many people in the chaotic world could attract the sage's heavenly tribulation. Throughout the ages, those who had cultivated to the advanced sage-to-be had all jumped out in this era. The red dragon was still cultivating in seclusion. Gu Fei estimated that with the help of the red dragon grass, the red dragon would be able to attract the sage's heavenly tribulation soon. This ancient battlefield was undoubtedly a good place to undergo the tribulation. Yao Yu's cultivation base was insufficient, but the power of heaven's wrath in the human world was gradually weakening. By then, the real era would arrive, and Yao Yu should be able to attract the sage's heavenly tribulation. Yao Yu had the innate water elemental physique. With such a physique, cultivation would yield twice the result with half the effort. That day would come very soon. While Gu Fei was staying in the Valley of Three Supremes, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang, who thought that he was the smartest, was in a predicament in the void formation. That fellow is too despicable. Beside Heavenly Emperor Ziyang, the undying demon child was gnashing its teeth in hatred. Only now did it realize that the other party was planning to sacrifice an immortal venerable Tao body in order to set it up. At this time, Gu Fei's immortal venerable Tao body was standing in front of them. The spatial passageway had already disappeared. They had entered the void grand array. Everything around them was vast and boundless. They couldn't see the sky or the earth. There was only endless void in all directions. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang, you are indeed up to no good, Gu Fei's immortal venerable Tao body said coldly. He was equivalent to Gu Fei's second life. He was not an incarnation or a clone in the ordinary sense. You're the one who bites the hand that feeds you. Don't forget who brought you here. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang stared at Gu Fei's immortal venerable Tao body with a gloomy expression. You just want to use me to help you break the void formation, Gu Fei's immortal venerable Tao body said indifferently with a disdainful expression. No matter how smart these people were, they were still tricked by him. Thinking of this, Gu Fei's immortal venerable Tao body couldn't help but laugh. Why are you talking to this guy? Let's kill him first. Although the undying demon child looked like a 5-year-old child, he was actually a super antique that had lived for countless years. At this moment, the old demon's pink face was filled with killing intent. It was a stark contrast to his young appearance. Not bad. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang nodded. Then, he and the undying demon child approached Gu Fei's immortal venerable Tao body. Sigh, since you guys are courting death, then don't blame me. Gu Fei's immortal venerable Tao body suddenly sighed and shook his head. Haha! Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and the undying demon child exchanged glances and burst into laughter. It was as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. I say, the one courting death should be you, right? The undying demon child resisted the urge to laugh and said, why don't we try and find out who's courting death? Gu Fei's immortal venerable Tao body laughed as well. Then, his figure suddenly disappeared as if he had merged with the surrounding void, giving off an eerie feeling. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's eyes suddenly lit up. Without hesitation, he left an afterimage on the spot and retreated rapidly. Bang! With a muffled sound, a powerful energy wave spread out. The undying demon child was also retreating. However, unlike Heavenly Emperor Ziyang, he did not want to retreat. He was forced to do so. 9 Secrets of the Immortal Tao. The undying demon child was extremely shocked. He did not expect his opponent to be proficient in the long-lost 9 Secrets of the Immortal Tao. This made him suffer a small loss. Just who are you? Why do you know the 9 Secrets of the Immortal Tao? Heavenly Emperor Ziyang instantly retreated thousands of meters away and evaded the attack from Gu Fei's immortal venerable Tao body. He then asked coldly, even he only knew one of the 9 Secrets of the Immortal Tao. Why do you care who I am? The voice of Gu Fei's immortal venerable Tao body came from the void. The 9 Secrets of the Immortal Tao are not invincible, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang sneered. Then, he waved his hands in front of him. A divine light of the Immortal Tao radiated from his hands, causing the surrounding void to ripple like waves. A silhouette fell out from the void. Gu Fei's immortal venerable Tao body was extremely shocked. He did not expect his opponent to be able to break his anti-void secret technique. This was truly unbelievable. You're unlucky to have met me. The corner of Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's lips curled up into a disdainful smirk. At this moment, the undying demon child had already retreated far away. The fact that his opponent had cultivated the 9 Secrets of the Immortal Tao made him very cautious. One should know that the 9 Secrets of the Immortal Tao were known as undefeatable supreme secret techniques during ancient times. The 9 secret techniques created by the supreme Tao ancestor were indeed invincible. Only the great techniques created by other supremes could be mentioned in the same breath as them. Roar! Gu Fei's immortal venerable Tao body roared furiously. His body suddenly became blurry. Then, 1 Gu Fei turned into 3 Gu Feis. The 3-foot Gu Feis attacked Heavenly Emperor Ziyang at the same time. 3 pure ones, huh? Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's eyes were as bright as the stars. His hands were still dancing in front of him. Circles of divine light spread from his hands. The divine light shone on the 3 figures created by Gu Fei's immortal venerable Tao body. The other 2 figures immediately dissipated in the void. leaving only his true body behind. What? Gu Fei's immortal Venerable Tao body was truly shocked. With two of his Tao bodies destroyed, he quickly stopped his attacks and retreated. His mind was shaken. What kind of great technique was this? Not only did it break his anti-void secret technique, but it also broke his three pure ones. Chapter 23:45. What kind of secret art is that? Gu Fei's immortal Venerable Tao body had cast the void reversal and three pure ones secret techniques, but they were all broken by Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. I've said it before, the 9 secrets of immortal Tao aren't necessarily invincible. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang looked at Gu Fei's Tao body and said proudly. His eyes were filled with disdain, as if the secret art created by the supreme Tao ancestor could not even withstand a single blow. Preposterous. Do you think you're a sovereign? Gu Fei's Tao body spoke in a deep voice. Then, he cast the Heaven Ascension secret art. His combat strength soared, and a shocking aura erupted from his body. Rumble. The void where Gu Fei's Tao body stood trembled. The power emitted from his body was so powerful that it caused the surrounding void to become unstable. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's expression became extremely solemn. He was shocked that his opponent was casting the Heaven Ascension secret art. Could this person have obtained a near-complete version of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao? One of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the Heaven Ascension secret art, was a secret art that could be used on oneself. It allowed one's combat strength to soar to the limit or even surpass it, allowing one to unleash all of one's potential. Although Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was disdainful of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, he couldn't help but be moved when he saw Gu Fei's Tao body casting the Heaven Ascension secret art. Let's see how you're going to break this secret art of mine. The aura that erupted from Gu Fei's immortal Venerable Tao body was earth-shattering. Even a Venerable's expression changed. He vanished from where he was, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Heavenly Monarch Ziyang. What? Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was shocked. His opponent's speed had increased by several times. He was so fast that he couldn't even see his opponent's movement trajectory. This was simply unbelievable. Without hesitation, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang retreated. He was no longer a match for this person. Fighting him head-on was simply courting death. However, Gu Fei's Tao body was simply too fast. It was so fast that Heavenly Emperor Ziyang didn't even have time to retreat. A fist had already landed on his chest. Bang! Kacha! A muffled sound rang out, followed by the sound of bones shattering. Gu Fei's fist landed on Heavenly the Arch Ziyang's chest. His entire fist sunk into Heavenly the Arch Ziyang's flesh, breaking his tendons and bones, and sending him flying 100,000 feet away. Heavenly the Arch Ziyang lowered his head to take a look and saw that there were runes faintly appearing at the place where he was hit. That punch of the other party was not an ordinary punch. It actually contained the power of the primordial 9 Tao patterns. Wow! Heavenly Emperor Purple Sun's complexion turned deathly pale. Then, a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out. Roar! Celestial the Arch Ziyang roared furiously, and his face flushed red. The power of the primordial celestial sovereign erupted. 9 dazzling primordial runes emerged from his body and gathered towards the spot where the punch landed on his chest. Runes emerged from the spot where Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's fist was hit, and then they were forced out by the 9 purple primordial runes and dissipated in the void. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body couldn't help but be taken aback. His opponent's cultivation was indeed powerful. He could actually force out the power of the great Tao that he had injected into his body. Even the unold demon child who was watching the battle from afar was shocked. Again, Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body seized the opportunity and took a step forward. His figure disappeared into the void again. His speed was so fast that Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's heart trembled. Everything in the world, the endless cycle of reincarnation, all is emptiness. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang shouted and waved his hands in front of him. A strange wave spread out from his hands. Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body appeared once again. As if it was imprisoned in the void, it stopped above Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's head. What? Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body was shocked to the extreme. He finally knew what secret technique Heavenly Emperor Ziyang had used. It was actually one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, all laws to nothingness, also known as the secret word of nothingness. The secret word of nothingness was somewhat similar to the secret art of returning truth. However, the secret art of returning truth turned all the power in the world into the most primordial spiritual energy, which was then absorbed and refined by the user. The secret word of nothingness, on the other hand, directly turned everything in the world into the void. It was indeed one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao that could restrain other secret techniques. Once the secret word of nothingness was used, no matter how peerless one's divine ability or magical techniques were, they would still be beaten back to their original state. Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body wasn't imprisoned. It was just that the secret word of nothingness rapidly melted Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body, causing it to return to a motionless state. I'm strong enough to defeat everything. So what if it's the secret word of nothingness? Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body radiated boundless celestial Tao divine light. The secret art of ascension was madly circulating. His battle prowess rose once again. Terrifying energy waves erupted from his body, causing pitch-black, spatial cracks to appear in the void. Kill! Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body stomped down. The ferocious power caused the entire void beneath his feet to collapse and collapse. Black spatial cracks appeared beneath his feet like black lightning bolts. The power of destruction spread out and instantly enveloped Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. All laws to nothingness. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang directly used the secret word of nothingness. Strange waves appeared again. The terrifying power of destruction that Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body took a step was immediately dissolved in the void. How is this possible? Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body could not remain calm at this moment. The fact that his opponent had mastered such a secret art meant that he was practically undefeatable. This Heavenly Emperor Ziyang has really hidden himself well. He actually mastered the most mysterious secret of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. In the distance, the unold demon child was extremely shocked. He could also tell that Heavenly Emperor Ziyang had mastered the 9th secret of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. The 9th secret of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao was extremely mysterious. It was said that the supreme Tao ancestor combined the previous 8 secrets and derived the 9th secret. The 9th secret could be said to be the nemesis of the previous 8 secrets of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Die. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang stared at Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body and pressed forward. I don't believe that your secret word of nothingness can really restrain the previous 8 secrets. Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body's gaze was extremely sharp. A strange wave of immortal Tao power spread from his body as he directly used the secret art of returning truth. The wave of immortal Tao power enveloped Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. You really cultivated the previous 8 secrets. Chapter 2346. The fact that Celestial Emperor Ziyang had mastered the 9th secret of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the word void, shocked Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body to the extreme. One should know that he had read the soul memory of a celestial expert in the Naraka Tao and knew that the 9th secret of immortal Tao was the most mysterious secret technique. Even the successor of the supreme Tao ancestor didn't know the power of the 9th secret technique apart from the disciple who had mastered it. The word void could turn everything in the world into nothingness. If this secret technique was cultivated to the greater success stage, it could turn a part of the world into nothingness with a wave of the hand. At this moment, Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body used the pure secret technique to break Celestial Emperor Ziyang's void secret technique. The power of the 2 secret skills collided in an instant. Without any suspense, the secret skill of none was more powerful. It turned the power of the secret skill of returning to truth into nothingness. Swish! Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body instantly retreated, evading the power of the word void that was shrouding him. The word void truly lives up to its name. Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body had to admit that the 9th secret technique was the nemesis of the previous 8 secret techniques, just like the legend said. No one knew why the Supreme Tao Ancestor would create such a secret technique. If an outsider mastered this secret technique, wouldn't the cultivators of the immortal Tao be in big trouble? No one could guess the intentions of the celestial sovereign. At this moment, Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body sensed that the time limit of the Heaven Ascension secret technique was almost up. He immediately took out the bronze truncheon and attacked Celestial Emperor Ziyang without hesitation. Has he gone mad? The unaging demon child couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. The truncheon didn't emit any aura or fluctuation. It looked like an ordinary bronze truncheon. Using such a truncheon to fight against Celestial Emperor Ziyang, who had mastered the word void, was simply courting death. Humph, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Celestial Emperor Ziyang sneered. He then used the Nun secret technique to attack Gu Fei's immortal sovereign body. The power of the secret technique that could turn the world into nothingness was about to envelop Gu Fei's immortal sovereign body. However, at this moment, Gu Fei's celestial Lord Tao body had already smashed the bronze truncheon in his hand. Ha ha ha, you can even bring out scrap metal to use? Do you not even have a sacred artifact? Heavenly, the Arch-Ziyang smiled. Even if it's a piece of scrap metal, I can still beat you until you look for your teeth on the ground, Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body said coldly. Just when the unaging demon child thought that Gu Fei's immortal venerable Tao body essence was about to be refined to death by the word Wu, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's expression suddenly changed. He quickly retreated as if he had encountered something extremely terrifying. His face turned pale. Swoosh. At this moment, the bronze truncheon in the hands of Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body essence slashed through the secret technique power of the word Wu and struck towards Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. What? The unaging demon child, who had been watching this battle, was in disbelief. How could the bronze truncheon have such power that it could withstand the power of the secret technique power of the word Wu? You actually have the human sovereign divine weapon, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang yelled. He couldn't imagine that his opponent had the human sovereign divine weapon. That ordinary-looking truncheon was actually the human sovereign divine weapon. He was just mocking Yi Futyin for not even having a sacred weapon. It turned out that Yi Futyin was looking down on sacred weapons. Bang! Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body essence still struck the back of Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. No matter how Heavenly Emperor Ziyang dodged, he couldn't avoid the attack. The sound of bones breaking came from Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's body. Even though he was the primordial celestial lord of origin and one of the 9 disciples of the Supreme Tao Ancestor, he couldn't withstand a blow from the truncheon. His spine was broken. Humans were supreme beings that could stand shoulder to shoulder with supremes. Even though the human sovereign divine weapon in Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body essence hadn't recovered, it could still injure the primordial celestial lord of origin. Look, even the scrap metal in my hand can beat the crap out of you. Remember, don't look down on scrap metal in the future. Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body essence said to Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. Roar. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang roared. He used all the celestial prime power in his body to heal his injured body. However, his injured body couldn't be healed this time. A wisp of Renhuang's power seeped into his body from the truncheon. Even though he had mastered the 9th secret of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, Renhuang's power wasn't that easy to dissolve. Bang! Gu Fei's celestial venerable Tao body lashed out with the mace again, smashing it on Celestial Emperor Ziyang's shoulder and shattering his right shoulder blade. Celestial Emperor Ziyang's right arm was immediately unable to lift. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was both shocked and angry. He never expected his opponent to have a human sovereign divine weapon. One wrong move and the whole game was lost. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's defeat was truly unjust. You what? Bang! 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 Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body didn't hold back. He swung the truncheon in his hand and beat Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. In the end, there wasn't a single intact bone in his body. A wisp of Renhuang's power seeped into Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's body and sealed his power. The unaging demon child saw this from afar and turned to leave. He didn't want to become the second Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. Heavenly Emperor Zi Yang's human sovereign divine weapon could break all arts and combat arts. Even Heavenly Emperor Zi Yang, who had mastered the ninth secret of the immortal path, lost so miserably. He wasn't necessarily stronger than Heavenly Emperor Zi Yang, so the unaging demon child had no choice but to leave. In the end, Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body essence used a secret art to read Heavenly Emperor Zi Yang's soul and obtain the cultivation method of the ninth secret of the immortal path. After obtaining the cultivation method of the ninth secret of immortal Tao, Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body sealed Celestial Emperor Zi Yang and threw him into the world he created. Heavenly Emperor Zi Yang was a primordial celestial prime Taoist body essence, one of the 9 disciples of the Supreme Taoist Ancestor. Killing him would offend the Supreme Taoist Ancestor. Of course, Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body essence wasn't afraid of offending the Supreme Taoist Ancestor, but Heavenly Emperor Zi Yang was still a powerhouse of the human race. Killing him just like that would be too wasteful. Keeping Heavenly Emperor Zi Yang alive might be of some use. That old monster sure ran away fast. At this time, Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body essence discovered that the unaging demon child was nowhere to be seen. However, where could the old demon run to in the Great Void Formation? Chapter 23:47. The void created by the grand formation of the void had no sky or earth. No one knew how big it was. Here, Gu Fei's celestial venerable body discovered that his divine consciousness could only extend for a dozen miles. Gu Fei's celestial venerable body was a venerable. His divine consciousness was so strong that it could cover an area in an instant in the outside world. But here, there was a force that suppressed divine consciousness. It's really the work of an ancient venerable. Gu Fei's celestial venerable body muttered to himself. This formation could actually suppress the divine consciousness of an celestial venerable, which shocked him greatly. Celestial venerables were second only to quasi-supremes, and much stronger than great saints. If one did not take the Renhuang path, above celestial venerables would be quasi-supremes. This was an invincible existence below supremes. Gu Fei's celestial venerable body had inherited the lineage of immortal path, and the Tao of formations was above Gu Fei's real body. Although it was not as good as He Tian's Tao of formations, it was not far behind. After some deduction, Gu Fei's celestial venerable body found the correct direction. In this seemingly endless void, it was impossible to distinguish the direction. It was easy to get lost in this place. Once lost, one would be completely trapped here, never to think of getting out. Just as Gu Fei's celestial venerable body was heading towards the depths of the grand formation of the void, Gu Fei was very relaxed in the Valley of Three Supremes. It was rare for him to live a peaceful life. He did not deliberately cultivate, but often guided Yao Yu and the people of the Ming clan in their cultivation. The Valley of Three Supremes had become a paradise on the sacred island of life. With Gu Fei's guidance, Yao Yu's cultivation had improved significantly. However, it was still not enough. It should be known that in this great era, even existences like almighties and semi-saints could not protect themselves. Throughout the ages, there had been countless peerless figures in the 3 realms and 6 paths. After countless generations of accumulation, some had fallen, but some had lived to this day. The world of chaos had already closed, and no one knew how many people had become saints in the end. Of course, Gu Fei did not care. He had long since left his contemporaries far behind. On this day, Gu Fei and the Steel Blood Taoist were drinking in a pavilion in the Valley of Three Supremes. The residents of the Southern Heaven Divine Lord had quite a collection of immortal wines. Gu Fei did not expect Supremacy South Heaven to be an old drunkard. Gu Fei couldn't help but think of the wine-loving old man he met in the 3rd stage of the human race. He was a sword saint, also known as the Wine Sword Saint. Master, why aren't we preparing to break the formation? The Iron Blood Taoist asked. He was a little curious. Gu Fei was not in a hurry to break the formation, and instead stayed here for 3 years. Although there was no day or night in cultivation, 3 years was not a short period of time. A lot of things could happen. In these 3 years, the sacred island of life had undergone a huge change. The powerful beings that had not been tricked into the void formation by Gu Fei had fought against each other. There were extremely powerful beings that wanted to unify the entire sacred island of life. However, it was not an easy task, because the more powerful a being was, the more they would not submit to anyone. This was the pride of the strong. The turmoil lasted for more than a year. In the end, an invincible divine beast appeared on the sacred island of life, defeating all challengers and becoming the king of the sacred island of life. It was a 9-headed dragon with the blood of the true dragon, and its cultivation base seemed to have surpassed the supremacy realm. The 9-headed dragon had also led a group of followers to attack the Valley of Three Supremes, but it was scared away by Gu Fei and did not attack the valley. The black dragon that had started following Gu Fei in Xiang continent would go out to gather information from time to time. The 9-headed dragon seemed to have made a big move recently, which made the Iron Blood Taoist a little uneasy. The 9-headed dragon was very powerful, and Gu Fei's immortal sovereign body was not here. If the 9-headed dragon knew about them, they would be in big trouble. However, the Iron Blood Taoist realized that Gu Fei did not care about all of this. Wait, Gu Fei still said the same word. During these days, his state of mind was very calm. He really enjoyed these days of being away from the rain of blood. We're still waiting? The Iron Blood Taoist was surprised. They had waited for 3 years, but since Gu Fei said he wanted to wait, he could only continue waiting. No one knew what Gu Fei was thinking. Just as Gu Fei and the Iron Blood Taoist were drinking in the pavilion, a flame suddenly flew from the sky and into the Valley of Three Supremes, landing in Gu Fei's hand. It was a messenger talisman. The Iron Blood Taoist was stunned. Had Zhuge Liang and the others encountered danger outside? The 9-headed dragon wants to see me. As the talisman dissipated in Gu Fei's hand, he read a wave of divine consciousness from it and learned the contents of the talisman. What? The Iron Blood Taoist was shocked. The 9-headed dragon could very well be an invincible being that had surpassed the Venerable level. I won't see him. Gu Fei directly shot out a fire talisman, which soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The Iron Blood Taoist was relieved when he saw that Gu Fei had refused to see the 9-headed dragon. The 9-headed dragon was too powerful. In the Valley of Three Supremes, no one was its match other than Gu Fei. Previously, Gu Fei had only managed to scare the 9-headed dragon away because he had borrowed the power of the cauldron of mountain and river. At that moment, in the depths of a primordial mountain range on the sacred island of life, a dragon that was as huge as a black mountain suddenly opened its eyes. It was a 9-headed flood dragon. Swoosh! At that moment, a streak of fiery light flew over from the horizon. In the blink of an eye, it flew above the 9-headed serpent and landed on one of its claws. I'm not seeing you. After reading the message on the fire messenger talisman, a shocking aura spread out from the 9-headed dragon's body, causing the entire primordial mountain ridge to shake. That human sure is arrogant, the 9-headed dragon muttered to itself. Its voice was like thunder, echoing throughout the primordial mountain range. Master! Right at this moment, a demonic ape appeared. Arriving before the 9-headed WIRM, it bowed down respectfully towards it. How's it going? The 9-headed dragon asked. Very smoothly. As long as we get that item, we can enter the legendary Immortal Palace. The demonic ape said. Very well. The 9-headed dragon nodded. After a brief conversation with the 9-headed dragon, the demonic ape turned and left. Following that, all the powerful beings on the sacred island of life received the 9-headed dragon's order and gathered in the primordial mountain range.